Anyway, quick little recap for anyone who wasn't here for episode 1 or doesn't know the game. We are a regular person who came to this spooky little town because our weird, reclusive, wealthy aunt died, basically. That's her house. Falling off the cliff there. Yeah, that's true. In this game, you get to take up to 2 characteristics when you start, and I'm letting the chat basically vote on everything that we do in this game, and I'm not surprised. It's exactly what I predicted. Everybody chose that we should be able to speak to animals, and also that we are very sexy and hot. We are a super sexy, super hot person who can talk to animals. And when we last left off, we had just seen some spooky little gooey, sticky little guys in the forest who they're parasitic. Oh wait, yeah, they provide a recap. All right, well, sorry about that. Sorry for my unnecessary recap that I almost began. Here we go. The long-lost cousin. The bad news. The 26 hours of bus rides with countless late-night stops in seedy depots that would have felt unsafe even in the middle of the day. You wouldn't normally find yourself traveling like this, but your cousin bought the tickets. The funeral of Pearl Ann Scarlet, your cousin's mother and your aunt, seemed like something you shouldn't ignore, even considering your own late mother's rocky relationship with this side of the family. There's our beautiful cousin Tabitha. Welcome to our family's humble estate. Unfortunately, due to the current state of the house, only a few rooms will be safely accessible during your stay. Now, this is the recap of Chapter 1. I wouldn't go wandering anywhere else if you value your limbs. The floors have been known to give out. This was the worst thing that happened, Episode 1. We failed to befriend Dustin the Possum. In fact, we failed so hard. We frightened him. Frightened him like to death. To death instantly. You know how possums just die for real immediately. There's Stella, our friend who is a cryptozoology YouTuber. If you're gonna go around tooting your own horn, you know I'm gonna do it for you. Stella sighs. I'm a YouTuber. Oh yeah, she says it for us. I'm a YouTuber. She hunts cryptids. Oh, there's the deer. There's the normal deer that we met. A single deer remains behind, staring down the beam of Stella's flashlight, while Gretchen whines and pulls at her harness. Pain, rot, decay. You know, deer calls, deer mating call. That's what you know. There's Duke. You'll eat those words when I come carrying a mountain lion corpse out of those woods at dawn. I feel really bad for Duke. He didn't deserve anything that occurred. Creatures in the tree line grow louder and more numerous. Gretchen violently strains against her harness. Now see, there's the little guys, the little gooey guys. We last time we opted to save the life of a very old dog instead of this human man. And yeah, he accidentally shot himself. Now we met these two crappy police, so normal police, and we met Wayne, who is a normal man. It's a town full of normal things. This old lady let us know that the little gooey forest guys are ditchlings. And now we properly start our very next day in this town. You open your eyes. The sun has risen, the birds are singing. You are still alive, and for now you are safe. Your gaze wanders across the unfamiliar room to the window and the woods beyond, and you wonder if the monsters are lurking just beyond the trees, ready to pounce as soon as you leave the comfort of your new friend's family home. You can't help but remember Duke, slumped up against a tree, pieces of him scattered across the clearing. A knock at the front door. Your morbid thoughts are interrupted by a distinctly unhappy voice filtering through the house and past the closed door of your bedroom. I forgot our name was Desbert. Oh, hey, Tabby. There's a fresh pot of coffee on the table if you want to come in. Tabitha, no. I'm just here to check on my cousin. Let's make this quick. I have a lot on my plate today. You're barely decent. It might be mildly scandalous if people saw you like this. What did we do? Or did we just... I mean, we flirted with Stella, and she invited us to stay the night. So did we get up to something, or did we just decide to, like, sleep naked in her house? Is that normal? Saunter... Okay, yeah, we got a choice here. Do we wanna yell at Tabitha? Do we want to saunter out half-clothed? Do we want to actually get dressed, or do we just want to hide under the covers? Personally, I'm leaning towards the sauntering myself. But it's up to you guys. I just noticed Stella's little figurine of her own pug, or a pug, I guess. Yeah, okay. Chat says saunterin' time. You might not be fully decent, but you're not about to let that stop you from being a part of this conversation. Put some clothes on. No. Don't tell us what to do. Tabby. Morning, how'd you sleep? See Stella. Stella is glad that we sauntered. Gretchen excitedly looks at you and wiggles her tail. See, Gretchen's glad too. That is 2-1 for the sauntering. Oh yeah, and we can understand Gretchen because we We can talk to animals, and it was confirmed more than once in episode 1 that Gretchen sounds like a southern belle. So just like, I simply must say what a joy it is to see that you are finally up. I do hope you're well rested, and that you don't mind our most unfortunate guest. What exactly did the two of you get up to last night? Stella says, we went up to the woods to film a video. No, we sure did. We filmed a man blowing his head off. Tabitha, no, not that part. The cops called this morning and told me all about that. They did? What did they say? Did they find Duke? They didn't find a body, if that's what you're asking, but apparently he never went home last night. And they had quite a few questions about you, Desbert. Ugh, don't worry, I told them you were an upstanding citizen. You should remember that kindness the next time you think about blowing me off to spend the night with a stranger. Isn't Tabitha just as much a stranger to us, to our character? I believe it was said we had never met her in our whole life until coming here. Stella says, "Hey, don't be so hard on Desbert. I asked them to crash here." I love Tabitha's suspicious faces. And look, I don't care what the cops think, Tabby. There's something horrible out in those woods, and I don't think anyone in this room wanted Desbert walking up that mountain alone last night. Tabitha, Stella, would you mind giving me a moment alone with my cousin? And while you're at it, please stop calling me Tabby. We're not in high school anymore. Don't be mean to Stella. Gretchen butting in here. You're not gonna let her treat my dearest Stella like that, are you, Desbert? Oh, we got some options. We can say, Stella stays. Isn't this Stella's house? Why are you bossing her around? Sorry, Stella, I should probably talk to Tabitha in private. Or we can just say nothing and let Stella leave. Yeah, I agree. This is Stella's own house. Isn't this Stella's house? Why are you bossing her around, Tabby? Tabby, come on. Yeah. Come on, Tabby. No berating guests in the Richmond household. Whatever. I don't really care if you're here for this. You've been in town less than a day, and my stress is already through the roof. I mean, I get it. Stella got you all worked up and you were too scared to walk home. Sure, whatever. That checks out. But I don't care if those woods are chock full of ghouls and ghosties. You had me worried sick. From now on, you're back at the estate by bedtime. No more impromptu sleepover. What are you, our mom? Aren't we like a grown adult person? We can say we can take a hot option because our character is so hot. We can say you're just jealous of my game. We can say you're not my boss. You can't run off as soon as I get here and hold me to a different standard. We can say I watched a man die last night. There's actually something out there. I'm sorry it won't happen again. Oh, we can also say, I'm sorry it won't happen again as a lie. And we can just say nothing. These are so many choices. This game has a lot of possible dialogue, like novels and novels worth of dialogue, I think, per episode. Yeah, let's lie. Let's apologize, but as a lie. I like that we have both a sincere and lying apology. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. She can tell. She can tell we're fibbers. She says, "Hopefully you'll treat my time with the respect it deserves from here on out." Speaking of, I've got places to be. I'd better see you back at the estate tonight. Yeah, we can eat more peanut butter she so graciously left for us. Oh, Stella says, "Wait, Tabby, let me know if you're free sometime, okay?" Tabitha sighs. "You're relentless, we'll see, but don't get your hopes up." Stella says, "Hey, you good? Sorry about Tabby. She totally blindsided me." We can say, "Oh my god, that was so embarrassing. You shouldn't let Tabitha treat you like that. There was nothing you could have done to stop her. I think she means well. I'm good, but how are you? That was a little tense. Please warn me the next time my cousin's out for blood." Or we can say nothing. Yeah, let's say, "I'm good, but how are you? That was a little tense." Stella says, "I think we're in the same boat. I probably should have known Tabby would have been stressed about you spending the night here, but I haven't seen her in a while." I didn't think she'd actually come all the way down here. It sucks that this was probably the longest interaction I've had with her since high school. Anyways, sorry for that rude awakening. I'd been up for a little while and was hoping to let you get a little extra sleep. But you're up now, and we've got a full day ahead of us if we're going to get to the bottom of this. Gretchen says, "A full day ahead of us? That sounds like it's walking time to me." And we've got another hot, sexy dialogue option for our hot, sexy character. You sure you don't just want to hang out here all day? But we can also say, "How are you so chipper? I want to ask the other miners about Wayne. All right, boss, what's the game plan? Do we have to look into this stuff? What if we just skipped town and ride things out?" Yeah, when a dialogue option says explore, that generally means that it will give us some useful information. Yeah, let's just ask, "How are you so chipper?" She says, "I guess I'm just pretty good at compartmentalizing things. What happened out in the woods last night was horrific, But right now we have something important to focus on. I'll have time to process what happened to Duke when we get to the bottom of things. Okay, so we have all the same dialogue options, except we can now also say, you shouldn't just bury your feelings like that. Yeah, we know from episode 1 that Stella has some very, very severe trauma she's currently dealing with. Yeah, let's go with, say she shouldn't bury her feelings like that. You shouldn't just bury your feelings like that. What happened to Duke last night would mess with anyone. She says, I get that, but I'm fine, really. At least for now. I can process this in my own time. So we have all the remaining dialogue options. What do we want to go with? The Hot Explorer? Okay. You sure you don't just want to hang out here all day? Says, as tempting as that offer is, there'll be plenty of time to chill once we solve this mystery. Oh, that didn't get us anywhere. Oh, dang, I didn't even notice that. Yeah, those are the shoes with the cobwebs. Now we knew episode 1 that she lost her parents. I think that's a picture of them back there. Yeah, we'll see the game plan. Alright, boss, what's the game plan? First things first, I was planning on swinging by the library. Kanika's got a head start on us. It looks like she's already there. Oh, that reminds me. Let me set up a group chat. What's your number? We didn't give her. Wait, we've already we've stayed at her house already. We didn't give her our number yet. We went out in the woods, watched a man die. Hopefully we can find out more about ditchlings from some of the older local books there. I've also got a couple of threads cooking on my cryptid forums, but who knows if that'll pan out. Anyways, daylight's burning, so let's roll out as soon as you finish getting dressed. Oh yeah, we're like half naked. We can get dressed and head out with her, or we can ask to eat first. And the eating is an explorer option. I guess we should probably go ahead and take those first when they come up. And she says, don't worry about it. I've packed all sorts of snacks for the day, and Oscar totally won't mind if we eat at the library. Okay, we can get dressed, or we can say, all right, but those snacks better be good. Do we want to be... Do we want to be kind of a dick about it, or let's get some clothes on, get some pants on. The walk to town was short. Stella's house is barely a stone's throw from what remains of Scarlet Hollow's once bustling Main Street. You shudder as you stare down the thoroughfare, both from the chill in the morning air and the all too present memories of everything you witnessed last night. You see that building labeled Town Hall? That's actually the library. Well, it's also the town hall, but that's just a small upstairs office nowadays. I guess this town's not what it used to be. That, and our mayor's really into going on walks. I've seen this game played before, so I know what that means. Some of you don't. She says, I think there's actually going to be a meet and greet later this week. Could be just the pick-me-up we need with everything that's been going on. Gretchen says, Stella may be fond of him, but I certainly didn't vote for that beast. Now we can say, we can tell Stella that we can tell Stella that her dog doesn't like the mayor. We can say, sounds fun. Say maybe he'll actually take this whole ditchling thing seriously. I wouldn't trust him to help us after how the cops treated us. Maybe. Maybe. We can say yuck politicians, or we can remain silent. These all seem like pretty good options to me. What do we want to say? It seems like we're gonna say I wouldn't trust him to help us after how the cops treated us last night. Stella says, haha, there's a lot of reasons you probably shouldn't trust the mayor to help us. We hear Avery say, oh, hey. Mornin', Stella, and same to you, Desbert. Sybil says, speak of the devil, we were just talking about you. Avery says, coming from Stella's, huh? Did y'all have a slumber party? Stella says, sorry, y'all, but I'm actually in a bit of a rush this morning. I really can't stop to chat. Stella says, it'll take me a bit to set up. So if you want to catch up with the folks or grab something at the diner, you can meet me at the library when you're done. So do we want to split up and meet back up with Stella in a little bit? Catch up with Avery and Sybil? Or just go ahead with her? Yeah, let's catch up with them later. Or catch up with these two for now. I mean, Avery says, "Whoa, she always has time to chat. Is she feeling okay?" Sybil says, "Oh, Stella and Desbert just got up to a bit of trouble last night. That's all." Avery says, "You can't just drop something like that and leave me hanging." What happened, Desbert? We can tell the whole truth. We can lie and just say Duke got hurt. We can lie and say nothing really happened. We can say I'm traumatized and not ready to talk about it yet. We can say, geez, nosy much, I hardly know you. Or we can say nothing. Yeah, let's tell Avery the whole thing that yeah. Stella and I went into the woods to try and find a skunk ape, but we ran into something much worse. Actual monsters. Sybil said that they're called ditchlings, but whatever they are, they killed Duke and have been mutilating the local wildlife. Avery says, whoa, slow down. Duke is dead? Sybil says, it's true, I'm afraid. That's awful. Has anyone told Bo? Sybil says, yes. He's taking it as well as you can imagine. I'll be going up to check on him today, the poor lad. Avery says, I can't believe you had to see that, Desbert. Tell you what, I'm on break for the next half hour. How about you swing by the diner? Winnie can fix you some of Sybil's new blend and try to calm your nerves. It's chaga and lemon balm. It's always helped me on bad days. Are those normal things to put in... What is it, a coffee he's talking about? And if you need to talk about what happened, I'm all ears. Anyways, it's up to you. See you around, Desbert. See you, Sybil. Yeah, I guess it was tea. She says, I'd better get back to it myself. Now we got an achievement. Confidant. I'm glad I was able to catch you this morning, if only to see how you were holding up. Please don't hesitate to stop by if I can be of any help. We can say, thanks, Sybil. Wait, do you know anything else about ditchlings? Why doesn't anyone in this town seem to know or care that a man died? Why doesn't anyone in this town seem to know or care that the woods are full of monsters? Or we can just say, what is wrong with people here? Yeah, let's ask the one about the monsters. Why doesn't anyone in this town seem to know or care that the woods are full of monsters? Sybil says, people tell a lot of stories up in the hills, especially city folk who wouldn't know a bear from a Bigfoot. No offense, of course. But I'm afraid that means most folks aren't going to take your claim very seriously. At least not until they see what you saw with their own eyes. Be gentle with them, Desbert. I'm so sorry to cut our conversation short, but I've got things that need tending to. Stay safe and God bless. Which god, though? We know she's kind of a... She's kind of like a supernatural... she's into some occult stuff from what we saw. Stella said you had some time to kill before she finished setting up. We can swing by the diner, swing by the general store, or head straight to the library? You know, we've seen the diner, and we're going to go to the library. I don't think we've been to the general store yet, have we? I don't. Yeah, we didn't go there. Episode 1. I think we should check out the general store. Yeah. This is your first time seeing the general store in the light of day. A young man sits at the table by the register, too preoccupied with his phone to care that you stepped in. You know, this actually looks exactly like a general store that I live near. I kind of live right on the edge of the mountains out here in Oregon. Yeah, and we have basically this store complete with like the taxidermy and everything. Yes, we can offer this child our soggy, disgusting, delicious dripping bag of boiled peanuts. The young man looks up at your now quite pungent bag of peanuts, curls his lips in disgust, and returns to his phone. Well, actually, the boiled peanuts were given to us by a strange man on the train, so we don't even know how old they are. They're just like bare minimum a day old, but who knows? Now we can suggest the child skip town because there are monsters in the woods. We can just say, "Hi, I'm Desbert." Can ask if we can buy chips or something. We can ask this other person's child what he's doing on his phone. That seems like a normal thing for a stranger from another city to do. Most of our options are probably would be inappropriate or weird. Except for just see ya, you're done here, or buying some chips. Let's ask about buying chips. He says you could just have some chips if you want. It's not a big deal. Yeah, let's say wouldn't that be stealing? He says if Kanika cares about me offering someone free chips, she can hire someone else and let me live my life. She inherited the store, and I don't want to keep getting suckered into working here just because I'm her brother. We make most of our money on bulk orders anyways. A bag of chips doesn't make a difference. I like this kid. I want to take the chips. We can say a few different things here, or we can just wordlessly take the chips. Sounds like everyone already wants to just take the chips. You grab a bag of You grab a bag of salt and vinegar chips from a nearby shelf. It will sustain you in the coming days. Kid says, cool. Yeah, we can say the thing about the monsters in the woods again. We can say, hi, I'm Desbert. Or we can ask what he's doing on his phone. Let's just say hi. Hi, I'm Desbert. I just got to town yesterday. He says, I'm Miles. Okay, do we want to be alarming or nosy? Or do we want to just, leave? Yeah, let's be nosy. Let's ask Miles what he's doing on his phone. Obviously, that's our business. Oh, he says, playing a Dragon Ball game. It's not like it's cool or anything. I'm just killing time. Hey, a Dragon Ball game is very cool, Miles. Kids these days. Yeah, let's not tell him to, run for his life from the woods monsters. Miles' focus turns back to his phone as you leave the general store. Oh, we got an achievement, Sticky Fingers. We stole from the general store. I don't think it counts as stealing when an employee explicitly told us that we may have a free bag of chips. But yeah, let's go ahead, stop at the diner. The diner is a little quiet today, but the air is still heavy with the tantalizing smell of breakfast. Okay, we can just talk to our friend Avery, or we can warn the patrons of the danger. We can be the raving maniac ranting about monsters if we want. Yeah, everybody wants to warn this diner that there are monsters in the woods. And we say, everyone, listen to me, please. There are monsters in the hills, and they're apparently some kind of harbinger of destruction. If you value your lives, you'll leave this place as soon as you can. Winnie says, someone had fun up in the woods with Stella last night, huh? Nobody seems to be taking you very seriously. Let's talk to Avery. You slide into the booth across from Avery. He says, hey there, stranger. Or they said. Before you can exchange words, Winnie sidles up, a fresh mug of tea in hand. Winnie says, heard you might need this. The answer to 29 down is oink, by the way. Avery says, what? But the clue is pen sound. How is that a sound a pen makes? Wait, pen like pig pen? Are you kidding me? How was I supposed to guess that? Winnie says, I don't know why you even bother with those things. They're just going to frustrate you. And they say, it's just something to do to fill the time. But maybe I should switch to Sudoku. Winnie leaves Avery contemplating daily newspaper puzzles, returning to her seat behind the counter. Avery says, thanks for telling me about last night. If you want to really get into the grisly details, you can tell me. I won't judge. Huh. Our first dialogue option is simultaneously an explore, flirt, and hot option. So I guess we could chat about last night, but I actually came here because I wanted to get to know you. We can also just try our tea. We can say, what if you don't believe me? We can just tell them all about last night. Or we can just kind of casually say, last night still feels raw, why don't we just talk? Yeah, we'll say, what if you don't believe me? I could tell you about last night, but what if you don't believe me? Avery says, I'm not here to judge, I'm here to listen. Yeah, let's go into more detail about what we encountered. You spill the beans, glad to have someone to talk to about the horrors you've witnessed. Avery says, wow, that is some heavy stuff. No wonder Stella seemed distant. Monsters in the woods. I may not have lived here long, but I've never heard of anything like that happening around these parts. I can't say I like the thought of it. Now that I think about it, when the cops came in for their morning coffee, they mentioned something about going out to the woods to look for someone. It must have been Duke. They seemed so disconnected from it, I figured it could be very serious, but wow. And we can say, what if the cops are in on it? They seem weirdly suspicious of me. I'm sure they've seen much worse. Small town cops not knowing how to do their jobs sounds about right. Or we can just say nothing. Yeah, let's take the small town cops not knowing how to do their job. Sounds about right. Avery sighs, then chuckles. You're not wrong. As someone who didn't grow up here, it was a little jarring to move to a place where the cops literally do just sit around drinking coffee all day long. I mean, that's everywhere. It's like a cartoon. Yeah, it sure is like a cartoon like that everywhere. Everywhere that there's cops. The worst they usually have to deal with are property disputes. I'd be surprised if they actually knew what to do in a real emergency. We could say, I hadn't pegged you as a transplant. Where are you from? Do you regret moving here? You should get out of here before things get any worse. Oh, we can say, you should get out of here before things get any worse and take me with you. And let me know if you happen across any leads. It's kind of funny that we can say, hadn't pegged you as a transplant. Like they're kind of like this goth non-binary tropical shirt. Yeah, that seems like small mountain country town kind of person. Yeah, let's ask where they're from. Hadn't pegged you as a transplant. Where are you from? I moved here from Charlotte. Gosh, 3 years ago now? Maybe a little more. I've lost track. Aunt Winnie offered me a place to stay and a job, and who was I to pass on that sort of generosity? To be honest, it still feels like I just moved in. Practically everyone apart from the Cole folks grew up in this town, so it's like I'm the perpetual new kid. Don't get me wrong, folks here are plenty polite and friendly, but there's a shared history I'll never be a part of. Can still say, do you regret moving here? We can ask why Avery left Charlotte. We can say, I get it, I've felt out of place the whole time I've been here. We can say, I haven't felt like an outsider at all. You should get out of here before things get any worse. Take me with you. Yeah, let's ask, why do you leave Charlotte, if you don't mind me asking? Avery says, nah, it's cool. I was having some issues with my folks about my education, which wasn't great, especially since I was stuck under their roof. When my aunt heard about it, she offered me a job and a place to stay, and the rest is history. Do you regret moving here? I get it, I've felt out of place the whole time. I haven't felt like an outsider at all. Yeah, let's say, I get it, I've felt out of place the whole time I've been here. Folks on the whole have been plenty friendly, but life here is so different than what I'm used to. It's hard to explain, but I just don't feel like I belong. Avery says, exactly. There are worse ways to be, but I'm not sure I'll ever entirely feel like I belong here. We may as well expend the explore options while we're at it. Do you regret moving here? I don't think I have the choice to have second thoughts. I'm not going anywhere without Aunt Winnie, and there's no way she's leaving this place. Yeah, let's say, let me know if... Yeah, we're on the case, but I hardly know where to start. Let me know if you hear anything. Definitely. Oh man, it looks like my shift is starting. I hope you're doing a bit better. The diner is where everyone comes to gossip, so I hear a lot of what goes around here. I'll let you know if anyone mentions those monsters or anything else strange or unusual. Avery slips out of the booth, giving a friendly half wave before disappearing into the back. You leave the diner, ready to continue your day. Okay, we're heading to the library. You enter the former town hall. What once must have been a stately foyer has since been converted into rows of shelves. Meeting rooms and offices long ago gave way to assorted reference collections and reading areas. How do you guys like the huge giant painting in the library of this man being like carted out of town, tied to a girder, while there's a huge fire raging in the background. I do know the story of this. It does come up later. Stella says, "Oh, hey, you made it." That's what'll happen to us at the end of the game. Yeah, that'd be pretty funny. Let's see. We can settle in with Stella and Kanika, or we can shush Stella before pointing at all the books. Now, actually, nobody knows yet what is going to happen at the end of this game, because it is still being released in episodes. This is episode 2. I think episode 5 comes out very soon, and there are still going to be more after that. So do we want to just sit down with our friends or be incredibly obnoxious first? Yeah, we'll be normal for this moment. You head over to Stella and Kanika's table and settle in. Stella says, "I'm glad you found the place." Oh no, there's a what was that horrible thing's name? Was that QB, right? QB, was it? Kanika says, "Hey, Desbert, you look tired." And Gretchen says, "My goodness, whatever happened to common decency? You can't go around telling someone they look unwell. You look marvelous, Desbert." And that's totally Kanika's laptop, isn't it? With the QB sticker. We can we can snitch on Miles. We can tell Kanika that her little brother allowed us to steal. We can say it was hard to fall asleep last night, all things considered. I'll sleep when I'm dead. I'm pretty amped up, actually. I've never done a Scooby-Doo before. Can say, Kanika, you can't just tell someone they look tired. As a matter of fact, in episode 1, we very narrowly averted the plot thread where something does happen to Gretchen. So we are past that, but you never know. Something else could come up. Looks like the most popular option is the Scooby Doo thing. Say, I'm still amped up on adrenaline. Actually, I've never done a Scooby Doo before. Like how delighted Gretchen looks. Kanika says, some creepy old guy with a real estate scheme and a bad costume is at least a little more believable than monsters and curses. Stella says, wouldn't that be a relief? And if Desbert's antics are anything to go by, we've already got our talking dog. she says with the dog right there. Ah, Gretchen says, I do so wish you could understand me, Stella. Kanika says, anyways, I guess we should get started. A mysterious person says, hey there, strangers. And literal stranger. we can immediately choose a hot dialogue option. We won't be strangers for long. We can offer him our we're gonna offer him our boiled peanuts. You extend your bag of peanuts to the librarian in a gesture of friendship and good faith. He says, I don't know what to say. Is this a gift? I'm allergic to peanuts. Not serious allergic, but they give me a rash. I like the look on everyone's face that we did this again. Stella changes the subject, says, hey, Oscar, this is Desbert, Tabby's cousin. Oscar says, oh, I should have known you were a Scarlet. You look so much like Vivian. Not that I knew her very well. I was still a little kid when she left. But that Scarlet resemblance, it's, strong. Not that that's a bad thing. I'm Oscar Gutierrez, Chief Librarian, and only librarian. Did I pronounce that right? Stella says, Oscar's amazing. He practically built this library from scratch. Kanika says, yeah, I'm a little jealous of what the kids around here get to grow up with. They don't know how good they have it. Back when I was in elementary school, all the library had was a couple shelves of boring books donated by old people. Oscar says, y'all are too kind, but speaking of kids, have either of you seen Rosalina around town? I don't want to be a helicopter dad, but she hasn't been answering my texts, and I wanted to make sure she isn't getting into trouble out there. You know the crowd she hangs around with. Stella says, they're good kids at heart. I'm sure they're just up at the old Maxwell place doing teen stuff. I went up there plenty of times in my day, but I'll be sure to keep my eyes peeled. We can say, what's the old Maxwell place? I don't like the thought of teens getting up to mischief with all those ditchlings in the woods. Or we can say, I'm sure she's fine. Now, we have not told this person that the town is full of monsters yet. But yeah, we'll ask, what's the old Maxwell place? Stella says it's this great old abandoned spot. We used to hang out there when we were teens. Kanika says, I can't believe I used to be so reckless. The floors there were like Swiss cheese. Oscar says, I should really have a talk with Rosalina when she gets home. Do we want to bring up the monsters again? Or just say she's fine? Yeah, say I'm sure she's fine. You might not want to let her run off like that anymore, though. It's not safe as it usually is around here. Oscar says, is that so? Stella says, Kanika's right. There's some weird stuff going on out in the woods. That's actually why we came in today. Have you ever heard of creatures called ditchlings? They're a type of cryptid that shows up around places on the brink of disaster. They kind of look like if the Pillsbury Doughboy was a creepypasta. That's what I based my my starting soon on. If you didn't see these yet, if you're just coming in. Kanika's mom told us about them last night after seeing some footage we got in the woods. Oscar says, ditchlings? Doesn't ring a bell. Stella says, dang, worth a shot. Okay, if you were, say, trying to predict a horrible disaster that might befall our town, where would you start looking? Well, they say history repeats itself, so I'd probably try and figure out what sort of disasters this region typically falls prey to. Should I be worried about something? Stella says, I don't know yet. I'll be right back. Gonna nab some more books. Behave while I'm gone, Gretchen. Oscar says, oh, you don't have to worry about her, Stella. You're such a good dog, aren't you, Gretchen? Here, have a biscuit, old gal. Gretchen says, well, ain't you the sweetest thing on two legs? Gretchen inhales the soft biscuit, drool leaking from her toothless mouth as she swallows it whole. Kanika says, I'm pretty sure Stella's barking up the wrong tree, Oscar. I don't think you have to worry about any horrible calamity befalling the town. But she's right about the weird stuff. There's definitely something unusual going on out in those woods. We can say, we don't believe in the supernatural, a man's already dead, nothing we can't get to the bottom of, whatever's out there has been brutalizing the local wildlife, or get out while you can. Yeah, let's say a man's already dead. A man's already dead. I'd say it's plenty reasonable to play it safe. Oscar's going to say, I'm going to try calling Rosalina again. Kanika says, I'm sure she's fine, really. Rosalina's a smart kid. She knows better than to go around getting into trouble, and we'll make sure to keep our eyes peeled. Oscar says, thanks, Kanika. And Desbert, if you see a 13-year-old girl with a black braid and glasses, would you let her know her dad is worried about her? Gretchen is so happy. Gretchen is glad that man is worried about his child. Here's Stella with a bunch of books. Got 'em. Just grabbed a whole mess of local history books. Stella sets a massive pile of books on the table and pulls up a chair. Actually, is that a plate of cheese? Or are they like little, I think those might be like little quiches, little slices of pie or something, maybe? Scones. Oh, okay, yeah, they're nasty-looking scones. Stella says, got our snacks, got our source documents, let's get this research party started. Reading awaits. We can do some reading of our own here. We can flip through Veins of Scarlet, a history of the Scarlet Hollow coal mines. We can read Silas Scarlet, soldier, woodsman, leader. We can read Appalachian folk monsters, or we can say reading is for suckers, let Kanika and Stella do the work for us. Let's do the Appalachian Folk Monsters book. A few entries catch your eye. We can read about the Wampus Cat, Tommy Knockers, or the Taily-Po. What do you want to read about first? We'll just start from the top. Wampus Cat. Often linked to Cherokee legends, some cite the Wampus Cat as originating with the story of a woman who sought vengeance against a monstrous cat demon for driving her husband mad. She hunted it down, and by wearing a bobcat mask, tricked it into using its own vile magic on itself, freeing the people of their region from its evil. Others say the creature comes from the story of a woman who wore the pelt of a wild cat to witness forbidden hunting rites. The hunters of her village gathered to perform the rites, and she watched in secret from underneath the cat's pelt, but was soon discovered. For her indiscretion, she was fused with the pelt, and transformed into a creature that was neither human nor cat, forced to wander the wilderness alone, feared by all. Her calls are those of great sadness, and serve as a warning to anyone who dares go against tradition. Now we can read about the Tommyknockers. Tommyknockers originated in Cornish mythology, spreading to the United States when Cornish immigrants began working in Appalachian mines. They're named for the knocking that can be heard from seemingly within the walls before a cave-in. According to some, the knocking serves as a benevolent warning. Others believe that the creatures take stolen hammers to the supports of mines and claps them on whoever is unfortunate enough to still be inside. They are traditionally thought to be impish, leprechaun-like beings, but some claim they are the spirits of dead miners, forever cursed to haunt their final resting place. Was it Stephen King where the Tommyknockers were just aliens? Like they were like plain old like gray aliens? Taily-Po. There was a hunter who lived in a tiny cabin in the middle of the woods, all alone with his hunting dog. One night, after a particularly bad week of hunting, both their stomachs empty, the hunter spied something up the corner of his eye. Some small creature had gotten into the cabin through a hole, and before he could even figure out what it was, he'd drawn his gun and fired at the thing, his hunger guiding his actions. But it was quick, and ran back through its hidey hole and out of sight, leaving only its long black tail, shot off by the hunter's rifle. "Guess this'll have to do," he said to his dog, and threw the tail in a pot to cook a soup. He and his dog ate well that night, the tail filling them both up. The hunter crawled into bed satisfied, and his dog curled up at his feet. He woke up to the sound of long nails scrabbling across wood. His dog was nowhere in sight, only a rumpled spot on the covers where he'd been, and in the gloom he saw two big yellow eyes staring right at him. "I want my Taily-Po," a high, hoarse voice croaked from the darkness. This is actually one of my favorite folk monsters. I don't know why. It's just kind of like a little woodland little woodland critter of some kind. I think the fact that we don't know what kind of animal it is, but that it can talk, that it is something supernatural. I think it's just kind of cool. Go away, he screamed at the thing. But it stepped closer to him, still shrouded in darkness, the sound of long claws dragging across hardwood accompanying its movements. I want my taily pal, the creature growled again. Abby kind of drew it like it was like a possum here. Those were definitely kind of little like a possum hands. I'll get my dog after you, the hunter squeaked, his voice catching in his throat with fear, but there was no dog to be seen. I want my taily pal! Before the hunter could so much as scream, the creature leapt from the darkness, long claws stretched out towards the hunter. No one is sure what the creature did to him that night, but the next morning all that remained of the hunter, his dog, and his cabin was a chimney, standing alone in the woods. I don't think I have not heard this version where the whole house is gone. Guess we're done reading these books now. Oh wait, no, we still have a couple more. Oh, that was a really long one. We got to read a lot of spooky tales there. I guess we'll read this boring history book. I bet this doesn't have like any taily pose in it. Forced into retirement at age 50 due to a war injury from his time in the Indian Wars, exacerbated by his short stint serving as a captain in the Confederacy. I already don't like this guy. Silas Scarlet also lost his eldest two sons to that bloodiest of wars, leaving his third eldest son, Andrew Jackson Scarlet, to take charge of the mine. Under his leadership, the mine prospered, undoubtedly in part due to the growth of the railroad industry. Managed to evade the coal union for decades, making them one of the most profitable mines in the country, Andrew Scarlet built the surrounding town into what it is today, with expensive stone buildings, a bustling main street, and overseeing it all, the elegant Scarlet estate that was, until 1895, the largest and finest feat of architecture in the region. Yeah, so anyone who wasn't keeping up with this is our character's ancestor. Um, Tabitha's house was this guy's house. This guy who I guess kind of a piece of work. Culminating in the tragic collapse of 1918. It was found that Charles Shaw, the co-manager of the mine, had loosened security measures to increase production during World War I, resulting in a fatal collapse and the deaths of over 160 men and boys, some as young as 10. Oh. The casualties included Andrew Jackson Scarlet's son, Theodore, his brother, Enoch Scarlet, who had taken over for their aging father during the bustle of the war, managed to pull the mine from the brink of ruin, thereby saving the town. So this is how your family made its fortune. And we can read Silas Scarlet, soldier, woodsman, leader. Silas Everett Scarlet was born to Colonel Everett J. Scarlet in 1818, one of 12 siblings. He grew up in eastern North Carolina during a tumultuous time in the state's history, and not much is known about his life before he joined the Army in 1836. He quickly rose through the ranks, in part due to his father's connections, but also due to a particular ruthlessness, for which he received the nickname Bloody Silas Scarlet. The federal government granted the now Captain Silas a tract of bounty land in exchange for his service in the Indian War, and he settled into the hills of North Carolina in 1841. That land would become Scarlet Hollow. But it started as a simple log cabin built by Silas's own two hands. Occupied by his family of 10, Silas, his wife Mary Joseph Scarlet, and their 8 children. Logging business brought many workers and fellow landowners to the hills, but it wasn't until Silas discovered rich seams of coal running underneath the entire region that Scarlet Hollow was really put on the map. He saved what he could and bought the surrounding hillside at a great discount, cleverly hiding what he knew about the land's true value. Thus, he had all the resources to found Scarlet Hollow's now famous coal mine. You're finished with this one. I think I'm all done. Let's check in. Stella says, alright, if we're going with what Kanika's mom told us last night, I think we can rule out any natural disasters at what brought the ditchlings here. But not nuclear incidents. Looks like our state has a history with those. What about y'all? Find anything? Oh, there's a kitty cat. Before you can respond, a handsome black cat leaps onto the table. Stella quickly slams her book shut. Stella says, "Oh, hey, Pixel." Kanika says, "You might want to close your book. He loves to rip up any paper he can find." And Gretchen says, "Pixel, my dear friend, it's been too long. How have you been?" Aw, they're friends. Pixel says, "Hungry. Did Stella bring the good stuff?" Stella says, "Haha, don't worry, little guy. I didn't forget your treats." Pixel says, "Oh yeah, snack time. Crunch, crunch." Oscar says, "Sorry if Pixel's bothering y'all. Hopefully he hasn't gobbled up any of our books." He can't stand the thought that people might pay attention to anything that isn't him. Obviously, we want to talk to Pixel. "Hey, Pixel, what do you think about the monsters we saw in the woods?" We say that out loud, everyone, in front of everyone. "Hey, Pixel, what do you think about the monsters we saw in the woods?" Pixel says, "I'm an indoor cat. I don't know nothing about no woods. I just hang out in the library, especially now that our house got haunted." Let's go ahead and say, "Pixel says your house is haunted. Your cat told us you have ghosts." Pixel says your house is haunted. What's up with that? Oscar says, "How did you know?" Stella says, "Desbert is either psychic or they can talk to animals. It's a long story." Kanika says, "No comment. We've been living in the library for a little bit. It's been great. Way more snacks, way more scritches." Oh, that was a Pixel. "Except sometimes there's too much scritches." Stella says, "Hold up, what kind of haunting are we talking about here? Unexplained noises, objects appearing in strange and unfamiliar places?" Kanika says, "Oh, Oscar, don't get her hopes up like that." Nothing like that, sorry. The floor in my bedroom just keeps seeping blood. I've seen a strange figure in the hallway a couple of times." Stella says, "Wait, you've seen a full-body apparition? Can I see it?" He says, "Stella, it's probably just a dirty pipe or something." Stella says, but what if it's a ghost? We can say it's totally a ghost. Let's go bust it. It's worth looking into. I'm with Kanika. There's probably a very normal and very boring explanation. Yeah, let's say it's a ghost. Let's bust it. Oscar says, y'all are more than welcome to check it out. Maybe tomorrow night. Stella says, yes, we'll be there. Kanika says, yeah, that sounds like a fun way to spend an evening. Can't wait to get spooked by some creaky pipes. So now we can just ask why Pixel is allowed to roam the library if Pixel loves to rip apart books, or we can just leave Pixel alone. Let's leave Pixel alone. The cat curls up on the table, fast asleep. Oscar says, all right, I'd better get back to shelving. Let me know if y'all need anything. So we can ask about Oscar's daughter. We can ask about the nuclear incidents. We can ask if there's a cult around here. We can talk about any of the 3 books that we read. We can ask about Wayne, the creepy guy we encountered last time. What do we want to ask about first? Yeah, with so many options, we may as well start from the top. Say, have you had any luck with Rosalina? Oscar can say, not yet. I knew a teen would be a handful, but I didn't think it'd happen overnight. I'll probably head out once you're all done and check in on her usual haunts. Now we can ask about the nuclear incidents. Kanika says, you were talking about that Goldsboro thing, right? Stella says, haha, yeah. Apparently in the 60s, a B-52 carrying a live warhead broke up midair and dropped a couple of bombs. Oscar says, fascinating bit of history there. The first of the 2 bombs landed upright after its parachute got caught in a tree. Thankfully, it didn't go off. At the time, the government claimed the bomb was unarmed, but it later came out that the only thing preventing a detonation was a single electrical switch, which failed to trigger on the descent. And 60 years later, the second bomb still hasn't been recovered. Oscar says, right, it's conventional explosive disintegrated in midair, but most of the nuclear material was made unrecoverable by flooding. If I remember correctly, they just buried it and sealed it up. Gretchen says, I'm sorry, did you say they buried it? Do y'all need something dug up? 'Cause if so, I'm your gal. Yeah, let's have Gretchen dig up a nuclear bomb for us. I think that'll be a good way to spend our time in Scarlet Hollow. We can say disarming bombs isn't part of our skill set. We can say maybe it made the ditchlings. We can say if the bomb is somewhere else, why would there be so many ditchlings here? Or we can say, oh god, we're screwed. Yeah, let's say if the bomb is somewhere else, why would there be so many ditchlings here? Kanika says, yeah, Goldsboro is almost 400 miles from here. Not that we should be looking too hard at the disaster angle. Whatever those creatures are, they're biological. Stella says, look, you never know with radiation. Kanika says, we actually know quite a bit. It just melts you. It doesn't make monsters. And a 60-year-old bomb isn't going to explode on its own hundreds of miles away and kill us here. Stella says, you never know. There could always be a whole underground society of bomb-worshipping mutants just waiting to blow it up. Okay, now we can ask about cults. You lean in and quietly whisper to Stella and Kanika, do you guys think there's, like, a cult here? We can say those cops were awfully suspicious, almost like they're trying to cover something up. Maybe the ditchlings were actually nudists doing some sort of weird ritual. Maybe the ditchlings were summoned. We can say a lot of folks here feel tense and closed off. Let's see, let's suggest the little monsters were maybe summoned. Kanika says, seems unlikely. We can talk about any of the books that we've read, ask about Wayne, suggest that we go help look for Oscar's kid. Let's just go through the books one by one. We can say about the coal mines here. Kanika visibly shudders. I get cold sweats just thinking about being in a place like that. I feel for the guys who work up there. I could never. Stella says, speak for yourself. I love a good crevice. Or a crevasse. We can ask what happened after the mine collapse. We can say a union-busting mine collapsed from poor working conditions. Color me shocked. What if the ditchlings are coming from the mines? What if there's something toxic in the mines poisoning the town? Wayne seems sick. I'm not sure how they tie in, but the mines seem important. The whole town is built around them. Or we can say the mines seem too obvious. It's gotta be something else. Yeah, let's ask what happened after the collapse. Oh, the book just kinda glosses over that. Oscar says, there was a union for a little bit, but it didn't last. There's not a whole lot written about the past century here. Kanika says, yeah, the Scarlet Hollow mine isn't exactly the most ethically run business. Stella says, no offense or anything, I'm sure Tabby runs the mines better than Charles Shaw did. Kanika says, still hasn't let the union in, though. So our own cousin Tabitha, who now runs these mines, is not allowing her workers to unionize. Kanika says, there's a reason she and I don't talk. What should we say next? Yeah, let's say maybe the ditchlings are here to foretell another collapse. Kanika says, yeesh, that's morbid. And besides, it was all Charles Shaw's fault. The labor market is way more strict now. There's no way you could get away with any of the kind of safety cutbacks he pulled. Stella says, writing it down on the list of potential disasters. Oscar says, you all don't actually think the mine is about to collapse, right? Kanika says, I hate to give Tabitha any credit, but the mine is safer now than it was back then. Still, what a horrible thought. Stella says, you never know. Talk about Silas Scarlet. We can say, rich guy in the South, I should have known it wouldn't be pretty. We can say, I guess he was a product of a different time. Who knows what future generations will think when they look back on us. We can see, wow, talk about a self-made man, seems like a great dude. Do you think the ditchlings are here for retribution? I get it, it must be one of those burial ground situations, right? Like in Poltergeist. Say, this town is stuck in the past and built on atrocities. It's already practically collapsing into itself, no offense. We can say, he seems like a terrible person, but I don't see what that has to do with bad omens or creatures in the woods. Or we can say, I don't think he's really relevant to what's happening right now. Let's take the first option. We can say, yeesh, I figured old money from the South wouldn't be great, but he, sure did some things to get where he was, huh? Oscar says, that book is a perfect example of why you should use multiple sources for your research instead of trusting the first thing you read on a subject. Kanika says, yep, dude was a monster. The mines made a lot of money during the Civil War, too, and you can probably guess which side a North Carolinian business owner would be working for. Stella says, sorry you're related to him. Now let's say, do you think the ditchlings are here for retribution? Stella says, that seems tenuous. Assuming Kanika's mom is right, they're here as an omen, not because they're going to do something themselves. Kanika says, and I think we know how I feel on the matter. Okay, now let's talk about that Folk Monsters book. We can talk about Wampus Cats. We can ask if the Ditchlings are Tommyknockers. We can ask if Wayne is a Tommyknocker. And we can talk about the Taily-Po story. What do we want to say? Let's suggest the Ditchlings are Tommyknockers. Stella says, good thought, but Tommyknockers live in mines. That's like their whole thing. I'm gonna write it down, though. Kanika says, Tommyknockers are literally just the sounds that happen when a bunch of rocks and wood are about to collapse. Stella says, are they? Or are they the sound of mysterious creatures pounding on the rocks and support beams with hammers to cause a collapse? There's simply no way to know. Yeah, let's say the Wampus Cat thing. Wampus Cats kind of sound like they could be mountain lions. Voiced like a woman crying out, somewhere between person size and cat size. Yes, Stella doesn't like that. Stella was adamant last episode that there are no mountain lions. And we know that she's wrong because Gretchen told us. Kanika says, definitely, they are 100% mountain lions. Stella says, Kanika, you know there are no mountain lions up here. I thought you were supposed to be a skeptic. Gretchen says, oh, Stella, one of these days you'll trust us. Kanika says, but the myths are old, right? Mountain lions didn't go extinct in the Appalachians that long ago. Those legends just haven't died off yet. Almost every cryptid can be tracked down to either a hoax or someone getting confused about a perfectly normal animal. Sometimes both. Bigfoot, for instance, started as a prank. Then folks saw bears walking around on their hind legs and got freaked out, and now here we are. Stella says, you'll eat those words when I get the first clear footage of a Bigfoot. If you manage that, I will print out a piece of paper that says Bigfoot isn't real and literally eat it. I promise. Now we can say, my mom used to tell me that Taily-Po story back when I was little. I can't believe I forgot that one. It scared me so bad I didn't eat soup for years. I thought a monster might try and dig it out of my stomach if I did. Kanika says, haha, I love that one. There's this old chimney in the woods that I used to think was the chimney from Taily-Po. The one that was left after the thing did whatever it did. Now I know that's just because chimneys don't burn down, and wooden houses do. Stella says, that doesn't mean it's not the chimney from Taily-Po. I've camped out there a couple times, and I've seen some pretty spooky stuff. Kanika says, yeah, I watched that video. You saw raccoons. You're gonna get rabies one of these days, chasing after wildlife like that. So what can I say? I like to live on the edge. We can ask about Wayne. Do you think Wayne factors into any of this? Kanika says, that creep who keeps coming around my mom's tea room? Stella says, he snuck up on us last night and called out Desbert by name. Kanika says, yeah, there's definitely something wrong with him. Maybe he's sick. Maybe that has something to do with what you saw in the woods. I don't know. Stella says, I'd buy it. Okay, so now we can suggest that we check out the mines, go back to the woods, or help look for Rosalina. Yeah, let's help look for the kid. Oscar says, just to clarify, I don't think she's missing. She's just out with her friends and ignoring her poor old man. Not that I don't appreciate your concern. Stella says, I don't even know where we'd look aside from the old Maxwell place. What do teens even like to do these days? Oscar says, you don't have to worry about checking up on her there. I'm going there myself once I've finished shelving. Just let me know if you run into her while you're out. Stella says, there's an awful lot of mine-related stuff in my notes. Maybe that should be our next stop. We can poke around, find out if anyone's seen anything weird. Kanika says, just to clarify, you're suggesting we go question some of the miners, right? We are not poking around unprepared in the actual mines, right? Right? Stella says, yeah, totally. 100% I would never. We don't even have a good reason to go down there. Yeah, Kanika, get in the hole. Good, let's keep it that way. You know how I feel about mines. Stella says, I promise, Neeks, we're just going to question some of the miners. And if that questioning gives us a good reason to poke around, say, a cool abandoned coal mine, then we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. You can cross that bridge when we come to it. I am not going underground. Stella says, I'm just messing with you. We'll stick to the surface. And hey, maybe we'll luck out and run into Rosalina while we're looking around. Okay, good. And hopefully we can find out what happened to Wayne while we're at it. We can say with our hot options, I get it, I'm the hot one here and you're the planners. We all have our roles to play. We can say, for the record, this wasn't my idea. Do we have to? This seems like a lot of work. Maybe Tabitha can help us out. So yeah, finally the opportunity I've been looking for to get to know Tabitha. I'm sure Tabitha's going to love that we're snooping around. Let's try to stay under the radar, or awesome, let's roll. Yeah, let's remind them all that we are the hot one. Kanika just says, you're funny. Stella says, I'm glad you're on board. Kanika says the only problem is Tabitha. She's not exactly going to be thrilled to see us snooping around the mines. Stella says, we can be sneaky. I'll make sure to be a good lookout. She'll never even know we were there. Look at us, going out on a caper together. I missed this. Kanika says, I missed it too. I mean, sure, it's not under the best circumstances, but I've been so wrapped up in running the store, I didn't realize how much I missed being able to hang out with you. Though there is something missing. Reese. Kanika says, I really miss that dude. I can't believe how long it's been since we've seen each other. Have you seen him lately? Stella says, nope, I've tried to plan stuff, but he's been too sick. Kanika says, I didn't realize it was getting so bad, that poor guy. Stella says, you know, we could just pop over and surprise him. He seemed excited to meet Desbert. Maybe we'll finally get him to leave his little cave. Kanika says, hell yeah, let's do it. Alright, let's roll out. See ya, Oscar. We'll let you know if we run into Rosalina. We have at long last left the library. Reese's home stands at the edge of the forest wall, an isolated buffer cushioning the rest of the town from an unending wilderness. Stella says, Reese, it's Stella. I brought some buddies, too. A new character answers the door. Says, shh, not so loud. He's still sleeping. Can I help you with something? The woman in the doorway stares directly into your eyes. You can practically feel her simmering irritation washing over you. Well, I know what we should do first thing about this, but Kanika says, hi, Dr. Kelly. We were wondering if it would be okay if Reese could come hang out. we're all grown, fully grown adults here, basically, asking someone's mom if he can come out and play. Stella says, nothing strenuous, we promise. Dr. Kelly says, I'm not going to wake him up. If he's sleeping, he probably needs it. Whatever you two have planned is probably beyond what he can manage right now anyways. Kanika says, oh no, poor Reese. Stella says, it's just been so long since either of us have gotten the chance to hang out with him. I'm sure he and Desbert would get along super well, too. Yep, just as I thought. We can offer our boiled peanuts, and we will. You hold out your pungent bag of peanuts. Maybe you can bribe Reese's mom into letting him hang out with you. Dr. Kelly says he can't eat peanuts. It wasn't for Reese, it was for you, Dr. Kelly. Didn't want the peanuts. Reese's mom turns back to the house sighing. Sorry, I know that was a little rude. You just want to hang out with Reese, and he misses both of you too. She sighs again, as if deciding whether to finish her thought. He's usually feeling his best around mid-afternoon. Why don't you come over tomorrow? We can have some supper, and y'all can hang out for a bit. I don't promise that he'll be perky, but I'm sure it'll brighten his spirits to see you two again. And I suppose you can come too, Desbert. Stella says, that would be great. I can bring a side dish. Maybe deviled eggs? Does he still eat those? No, eggs are a little much for him. They don't settle well. You can leave the cooking to me. I know what he can handle. Stella says, okay, I'll bring soda then. Dr. Kelly says, that's not... Okay, yes, fine. You can bring soda. Nothing with caffeine. Ginger ale, preferably. Oh, and leave the dog at home. Stella says, she might cheer him up, you know. They have those therapy dogs in No dogs. Gretchen says, why, I never. The absolute gall. Kanika says, thanks so much, Dr. Kelly. We'll stop bothering you now. See you later. Didn't even want our peanuts. Dr. Kelly nods in acknowledgement and quickly shuts the door. The sound of several locks clicking into place can be heard from within. Kanika says, God, that woman makes me so nervous. Stella says, I remember she used to be so nice and carefree when we were kids. She always had the best stickers when we had to get our shots. Maybe she's just stressed about Reese. Kanika says, or maybe she's just nice to kids. Stella says, either way, I guess it's just the three of us. You gonna drive? Kanika, yeah, sorry. I don't like the thought of going up there without the van. Cool, I'll take my shortcut then. It shouldn't take long for me to get there. You're welcome to tag along, Desbert. Don't worry, I won't be offended if you'd rather ride with Kanika. I'm sure you're probably sick of the woods. Okay, do we want to go with Stella through the woods, or ride with Kanika in the mystery van? Oh yeah, we can also ask. We can ask Stella what is up with her and cars. I do know that with whichever character we travel with here, we are going to have new dating relationship dialogue options, if that factors into anything for anyone. Yeah, this is a game where just wildly different things happen depending on every choice. So the choices in this game get even these seemingly innocuous choices. They can change the course of just like the whole adventure. What do we want to do? Creepy woods or mystery van? Yeah, we have already spent a lot of time with Stella. We haven't had a chance to know Kanika as a character yet. I'm sure Stella will be fine. Fine all alone in the woods. Kanika is a careful driver, but her old van still bumps around on the mountain roads. Kanika says, thanks for indulging us on that little diversion. Reese's mom is scary. I don't think either Stella or I have seen the guy outside his house for years. I've seen him in person maybe 5 or 6 times in as many years. And that was always in his house, and with his mom right there the whole time. No one even knows what he's sick with. Kanika says that sort of isolation can't be good for his health, no matter what his mom says. So we can respond to all this by just saying, "So you think I'm cute?" And that's our hot option. We can ask Kanika what's up with Stella and cars. We can ask what's actually going on with Reese. What's up with your brother? Have you ever thought about living somewhere else? Why do you still live here? Can you please drive me out of town? Do you have any other theories besides what we talked about at the library? We got 1 vote for hot, 3 votes for hot. Oh, looks like the hot option wins. She just kind of poured her heart out about her friend she's worried about, and we go straight for the flirts. It's fine. Kanika says, "Oh no, I hope you forgot I said that. Sorry. I know it must have seemed pretty forward. Sometimes I just get a little flustered around new people. Especially if those people are cute and standing right outside my bedroom door in the middle of the night." Okay, we can very boldly just say we think she's cute too. Say, "You're really cool. I wish I had more time to get to know you." Say, "You don't have to apologize, I'm into it. You don't have to apologize, I'm used to it. You're good, just don't do it again. Please don't do it again." Or we can say nothing. Yeah, what's the smoothest, coolest thing we could say here? Not too freaky, not too rude. Let's call her cool. She says, "For real? Thanks, that's really nice of you to say. We do have some time, though. A week can feel pretty long if you spend it with the right person." Says, "I heard that line in a movie. Sorry if it sounded hideously romantic. I'm not good at coming up with this stuff myself. But the point remains, even if we have only a week, there's still enough time for us to really get to know each other." Back to these questions we can ask. So do we want to ask Kanika about Stella's car trauma? Maybe so we don't have to ask Stella herself. Does Stella have a thing with cars? It took some convincing to get her to ride back with the cops last night, even after everything that happened in the woods. She brushed me off when I asked her about it last night, too. I was wondering if there's more to it than just, not liking them. Kanika says, "Wait, she actually got into a car last night? She must have been really freaked out. That's how her parents died, car crash. She was in the car, too, just some cuts and bruises. But she doesn't like cars and tries her best to stay away from them. I don't think she's ever actually going to leave this town." We can say, "Holy shit, poor Stella." We can say, "Is she doing alright?" We can say, "Has she seen someone like a therapist?" Or we can say nothing. Yeah, let's ask if she's seen a therapist. Good luck finding a therapist within walking distance of Scarlet Hollow. I don't think that's something Stella'd go for anyway. She likes to solve her own problems. So what do we want to ask now? Maybe want to know more about Reese? Yeah. Good question. I wish I knew. His mom's been saying he's sick for years, and it's not like she's wrong about it. He's been a wreck the few times I've seen him. I just find it a little weird that his mom hasn't brought in any outside doctors, at least not any I'm aware of. I mean, she's a doctor, but if your kid's been housebound for this many years, you'd think it was something you'd put a lot more effort into fixing. I don't know. I'm probably just projecting or something. We can say that's rough, or we can just remain silent. I guess we'll say that's rough. Yep. Do we want to ask about her brother or her theories? These other options feel a little rude. I think I want to hear her theories. Yeah, we'll ask about her brother first. I swung by the general store this morning and met Miles. What's his deal? Kanika says, he didn't do anything weird, did he? We can say, he tried to make me steal some chips. He did such a good job, a model employee. He made me steal some chips. He was fine, I was just curious. He was on his phone the whole time. The game says we'd be lying if we called him a model employee, but I disagree. He was a model employee. I mean, he let us steal. He did a great job. Kanika says, really? That's surprising to hear. I'm sorry I jumped to conclusions, I guess. He's usually difficult about responsibility. Sometimes it feels like I can't trust him to do anything without leaving a mess. Don't get me wrong, he's family, and I love the guy, but he sure doesn't make it easy. Okay, now we can ask about her theories. She says, I don't know. I don't think there's enough information yet to support any strong conclusions. Though I've been wondering if what you two saw was maybe some sort of mutated animal, like a strain of hairless monkeys or raccoons or something. Do you know about Morgan Island? It's off the coast of South Carolina, and there's a whole population of rhesus monkeys infected with herpes, like 4,000 of them. And this is true. This is a real world fact. In case anybody in the chat didn't know about the herpes monkey island. Kanika says, maybe the ditchlings are some kind of alopecia research monkeys. Which sounds ridiculous now that I've said it out loud. Forget I said anything. We can say, no, I totally buy that. Those things were not monkeys. Or what if they're aliens? Yeah, let's say they were not monkeys. Those were not monkeys. I saw them with my own eyes, and they were way too messed up to be anything like monkeys. Kanika says, doesn't rule out lab monkeys, right? Could be that whatever made them hairless also caused weird swellings or altered their proportions. But like I said, we don't have anywhere near enough information. Now all we have left are the kind of rude questions about whether she wants to live in this town, or we can just chill and ride quietly. And we're gonna do that. You and Kanika sit in comfortable silence for the last few minutes of the ride. You and Kanika arrive at the mines before Stella. Stella's probably going to be another couple of Stella slides right out of the woods as she does. Says, "Hey y'all, how was the ride?" Oof, I'm gonna put Gretchen down for a sec. And Gretchen says, "It's so good to see both of y'all again." Kanika says, "Did you run here?" "Yep, felt like getting a run in. I didn't want to keep y'all waiting." Gretchen says, "My poor Stella was scared out of her mind. You would have thought the very hounds of hell were at her heels, and all that running rattled my bones something awful." Kanika says, "You didn't run into those creatures, did you?" "Nope." "That makes sense. They're probably nocturnal. I don't know if I should feel relieved or disappointed." "But we're all here. What's the plan?" "I guess we just go talk to people." "I guess so." "I should probably be on lookout duty. I'm a bit of a persona non grata in the mines." Kanika says, "Tabitha?" "Yeah, I might have tried sneaking in to talk to her a time or two too many." And Gretchen makes it extra hard to be sneaky. Gretchen says, "What can I say? I thrive in the limelight." "We're probably less likely to get caught if only one of us is snooping around down there." Which of these things do we want to say? Do we want to go in ourselves and look for our cousin Tabitha? Yeah. We'll say, if Stella's on lookout duty and only one of us is going in, what's the third person doing? Kanika says, "You know those cheesy rom-coms where someone wears an earpiece on their first date?" Stella says, "Whoa, do you have some kind of surveillance rig in the back of your van that I didn't know about?" "What? No. I have a pair of earbuds with a really good mic. We can just do a group call." Yeah, we'll say, "I take it I'm the one of us you're talking about." Kanika says, "Tabitha and I aren't exactly friends, and pretty much all the miners shop at the general store. I don't want to make folks uncomfortable, you know?" Stella says, "It's probably for the best, Desbert." We've got a hot option. Yeah, I pronounce Mick like Mick. If it's supposed to be pronounced Mike, it should be spelled Mike. We can say, "I didn't peg you as shy. You've been pretty direct, actually." Kanika says, "Pretty direct? Oh, you mean the flirting in the car? Oh, oh, that made Stella feel bad. Stella liked us too. Kanika says, just because I sometimes speak my mind doesn't mean I should be the one going in there. Say, I'm not interested in sneaking around. I'm going to go find my cousin. Stella says, whoa, really? Kanika says, you can't. And they don't want us to do that. Like, neither one of them want us to do that. Yeah, we'll say, why not? Says, do I even need to answer that question? She's rude and defensive, and she hates it when other people get up in her business. Stella says, I don't think I'd use those exact words, but Kanika isn't wrong. Tipping Tabby off is probably a one-way ticket to getting kicked out before we can figure out what's going on. We can say, you can't stop me, she deserves to know what's actually going on. I'm just messing with you, I'll stick to the plan. Or, you're probably right, I'll stick to the plan. Yeah, let's say, you're probably right, I'll stick to the plan. Kanika says, phew, that's a relief. Here's those earbuds I mentioned earlier. Kanika hands you a pair of earbuds. We can feed you questions if you get stuck, and Stella can give you a heads up if Tabitha's headed your way. Stella says, dang, I've missed doing this sort of thing with you. You're so thorough. Kanika says, oh, thanks, I do my best. I guess we should part ways and start the call, yeah? Stella and Kanika break off, leaving you alone at the entrance to the mines. This is already very different from the first time I saw this game played. We took a fairly different course here. Stella says, hey, can you hear us? Try saying something. Yeah, let's say the word something. Stella and Kanika chuckle on the other end of the line. Alright, cool. Nothing to do now but enter the work site. We can say I'm in, we can approach the nearest group of miners, or we can go straight to the main office and find Tabitha, which is exactly what we promised not to do. Yeah, let's say I'm in. Kanika says, alright, Morpheus, good to know. Approach the miners. You approach the nearest group of miners, a blonde woman, a broad-shouldered man, and an old-timer. The uniforms identify them as Harrison, Davis, and Zax. Zax, maybe? Zax says, you got a reason to be bothering us? Can introduce ourselves as Tabitha's cousin. I'm sure they will love that. Can say, seen anything weird lately? Can ask about Wayne. Ask what they think of Tabitha. Tell them they should get out of town. Oh, we can tell them about that guy we met, the guy who gave us the peanuts. He said he was friends, I think, with these miners. Yeah. So I met this guy on the bus. Wore a beanie and a shirt that said, "I want to yeah." He said he had some friends working the mines up here. Kanika says, "Does this have anything to do with what's going on in town?" Zoc says, "A lot of people wear beanies." Boiled peanuts. You pull out your bag of boiled peanuts and offer them to the miners. He gave me some boiled peanuts. Do y'all want any? Stella says, "Oh no, is that where you got those things?" Kanika says, "Oh my god, they're at least a day old at this point." Zoc says, "Pass." Harrison says, "No thanks." Davis says, "I'm good." Zoc says, "Now is there anything else we can help you with?" What do we want to ask? Yeah, seen anything weird lately? The miners look you up and down. Weird how? As a matter of fact, on the first playthrough I watched of this game, my spouse was playing. By this point, we had actually already found the one character who took the peanuts. And that may still happen, so I won't spoil it. So do we want to ask about weird animal sightings, weird noises, Tommy knockers, people getting sick? Someone or something that will take our peanuts, I should say. Now, let's say weird noises coming from the woods. Zoc says, "Not a peep." We're underground most of the day, though. Harrison says, "You know, I heard something unusual the other night. I thought it might have been an owl or something, but it didn't sound right." Zoc says, "It was an owl. You're just not used to the local wildlife yet." Say, "Have you run into any weird animals?" Nope. Harrison says, "You've been talking to that townie? The one the boss gave a lifetime ban to?" Stella says, "Wait, are they talking about me?" Harrison says, "Yeah, she's like a Bigfoot YouTuber or something. Her videos are actually pretty good." Stella says, "Yep, that's me, alright." And oh, that's so sweet. Harrison says, "But you know, now that I think about it, it's pretty weird. I haven't been seeing many animals at all lately. Used to be I'd see all sorts of critters, now it's mostly birds." This is your first year up here, ain't it? Just not used to the seasons changing. All the animals are hibernating, that's all. Davis says, "I don't know, she's got a point. I've been up here 5 years now, and it's never been like this before." Maybe it's that global warming then. Davis says, "I think they're calling it climate change now." Now let's ask if people have been getting sick. People getting sick more than usual? Nope, nothing like that. I feel fit as an ox. We have good working conditions in the mine, and our health is wholly looked after. Maybe Tabitha's not that bad of a boss if if that's how they feel. Any knocking in the mines? Can't barely hear nothing when the machines are going down there. He's right, it's loud as shit. It does sound like knocking, though, the way the machine pounds through the rock. I'm not sure if that's what you were thinking. Harrison says, "You're not asking about Tommy knockers, are you?" Tommy what nows? Tommy knockers. They're like an old Welsh myth. Little guys that live in mines and knock on the walls before they collapse. Ha, nothing like that around here. Kanika says, "Ask them about Wayne." Do you know about a guy named Wayne? Zach says, "Yeah, we knew him. He was such a cut-up. Missed that dude." We can say he accosted me last night, or what happened to him. Yeah, let's say what happened to him. The miners shift for a moment, uncomfortably glancing at one another. Harrison says, "Isn't that the guy y'all said was, He's gone. That's all that matters." Do we leave it alone, or try to get more out of him? Yeah, let's do some prodding. Zoc says, "What are you, some sort of cop?" We can lie and say, "Yeah, I'm a cop, and I'm looking into whatever happened to Wayne." We can say, "I'm Tabitha's cousin," or we can say, "Just tell me what happened." These all three of these seem like kind of risky options. Maybe option 3 is the... Yeah, for once, let's try remaining silent. You remain silent. Zach says, "Yeah, I don't like the smell of this one bit. I know bait when I see it. Let's get out of here. Our shift's about to start anyways." Harrison says, "Sorry." The miners pack up their things and leave. Well, they know something. We can approach another group of miners. Yeah, let's do that. You stop in your tracks, a shiver running up your spine as an unfortunately familiar voice calls out to you. Oh, there's Wayne. "You shouldn't be up here. It's dangerous." We can, attack him? Run? "Stop stalking me. Why are you following me? Do you need help?" We can say, "Good ghost!" Or we can say nothing. First time we saw Wayne in episode 1, this was a white shirt with just a little blood stain on it. So it only looks dark here because there presumably there's a lot more blood soaking into it. Turning the music up a little bit because it's kind of quiet track as it is. What do we want to say or do? soundtrack also includes, I think, yeah, like you can hear the like breathing noises. Is it a bit loud? I mean, how's that? Let's say ghost. No ghost, flesh and blood. You don't have to be afraid of me. I don't know, man. Your dialogue text is red. You know that? You notice that? You should have a doctor look at that. Stay home. Wait for the week to end. Don't keep putting yourself in the path of danger. This is all I ask. Oh, he left. Left already. Do we want to lie and say nothing happened, or let them know that we encountered Wayne? Yeah, we'll say, oh, don't mind me, our new friend just stopped by to say hello. Stella says, whoa, I thought I saw you talking to someone down there. Are you okay? Yeah, let's take the explore option. He told me to stay at the estate for the rest of the week, that I'd be safe there. Why would he tell me that? Kanika says, what the hell is that supposed to mean? He must have been threatening you, right? Stella says, the plot thickens. We can say, we're not going to back down, or we can go tell Tabitha about this. Yeah, I'll just say, Wayne trying to make me leave just means that we're on the right track. I'm not about to back down. Kanika says, whoa, so brave. Stella says, heck yeah, Desbert, we've got your back. Yeah, let's go continue what we were doing and question more miners. Rodriguez says, hey there, can we help you with something? Do any of you know a man named Wayne? Have you fellas seen anything out of the ordinary lately? What do you think of Tabitha? Do y'all know this guy I met on the bus? Let's take the same. Let's go the same course we did before. Let's open up with the bus guy. Stella says, you gotta tell us about this guy later, Desbert. Rodriguez says, maybe. What's he like? You tell the group of miners about your encounter on the bus yesterday. He says, I think I'd probably remember someone like that. Smith says, yeah, he's no friend of mine, that's for sure. Never met him. Isaac says, don't know him. Stella says, it's settled then. Your mysterious bus stranger is a ghost. Or he was lying about knowing people here, or his friends were here for a bit and left town. Stella says, sure, those are perfectly rational explanations, but so is a bus ghost. All equally rational theories. Kanika says, aren't you ghost skeptical? How is a bus ghost a rational explanation here? Kanika says, this guy gave Desbert those peanuts, too. That's not the sort of thing ghosts are usually known to do. Stella says, part of being ghost skeptical is keeping an open mind towards all manner of potential paranormal encounters. Okay, do we ask about Tabitha, Wayne, or anything out of the ordinary. Have you fellas seen anything out of the ordinary lately? Rodriguez says, like what? Say, weird animal sightings, odd noises, people getting sick, knocking in the mines. We'll just go down the list. Smith doesn't go on many hikes, not exactly the nature-seeing type. Rodriguez says, after a full day of work, all I see is my bed, maybe a few beers in between. Odd noises in the woods. Isaac says, I heard something a few nights ago, like nothing I've ever heard. Some unearthly beast. I'm telling you, Isaacs, you need to take a sick day. You need rest, man. He says, I've already taken a sick day this year. Can't afford to take any more if I want to have Christmas off. Kanika says, Tabitha. Stella says, it can't be that bad here, right? Can ask if people have been getting sick. You a health inspector or something? Smith says, the boss looks out for our health. Knocking in the mines. Knocking? Not that I've heard. Smith says, can't hear shit down there with the machines and men working. My dad used to work these mines before they brought in the continuous miner, the big machine that is. He told me stories about something that sounded like someone was pounding on the walls. Rodriguez says, no offense, Isaacs, but your daddy had a few screws loose. Smith says, Rodriguez, he was a fine man. Let's ask what they think of Tabitha. The three men visibly stiffen. Smith says, lovely woman. Rodriguez says, always been a good boss, runs the place well. And do any of you know a man named Wayne? Rodriguez says, Wayne? Do you mean Sam Wayne? What are you asking about him for? Wait, have you seen him? Yeah, let's say I saw him just now. He muttered some creepy stuff to me and disappeared. Isaac said, I knew it. He probably just got back to camp after whatever he went off to do. Hold on a tick. Creepy isn't exactly his M.O. You know that, Isaacs. Smith says, how do you know it was Sam Wayne? I don't recall seeing your face around here before. Do we want to just say the name on his jacket, just like yours? Or that's what the folks at the general store have been calling him? Yeah, let's say the second one. Say, that's what the folks at the general store have been calling him. Kanika and Sybil. Smith says, good people, but I don't expect they'd know every mining fella in town by sight, if you catch my drift. Rodriguez says, Smith, you're losing me. I'm just saying, it'd be awful strange for Wayne to still be in town, wandering around, following some stranger and not checking in with any of his buddies. Rodriguez says, sounds to me like somebody who got sick of work and is having a little fun playing hooky. The Following, though. Okay, yeah. That does sound a little unlike him. Someone says, I thought his lady friend had him under lock and key. Just smells fishy to me. Until I see him face to face, I'm not convinced whoever is calling himself Sam Wayne ain't the very reason we haven't seen hide nor hair of the man. Isaac says, no, there's no way. He's not. He can't be. Smith says, I'm not ruling it out. If you want my theory, that girlfriend of his, he wasn't the first to catch her eye. Any one of her jilted ex-lovers could have seen them sneaking around and gotten a little hot under the collar, if you catch my meaning. Stella says, dang, who are they talking about? The miners are silent for a moment, glancing between each other nervously as they imagine the possibility. Isaac says, I told him not to get involved with her. I told him. Who was Wayne seeing? Isaac says, Smith says, whoa, now. If you don't know, there's no way I'm poking that wasp's nest. Forget we said anything. Rodriguez says, yeah, I don't want to be next on the chopping block. Let's press them. Come on, don't dangle something like that. Rodriguez says, look, I just don't want to cause any trouble. Enough people are losing their jobs as is. I've got mouths to feed. Smith says, losing their jobs. And in Sam Wayne's case, disappearing. We've already said too much. Come on, boys. Kanika says, should we check in? Stella says, just as a heads up, the only group I still see out there is pretty close to the main office. It might still be worth talking to them, but I don't know if I can give you all that much of a warning if Tabitha comes out. Yeah, let's go ahead and talk to that last group. We got the achievement Nosy Nancy. Talk to all three groups of miners. Tate says, going around asking questions, huh? And Johnson says, you don't look like you're from the inspector's office. Let's keep going in the same order. Let's ask about the bus guy. Tell the miners about your encounter yesterday. Johnson says, I've never known anybody in my entire life. How about you, Tate? Yep, never known a soul. Stella says, let's face it, Desbert. Whoever you met on the bus is one of those loose ends you'll just have to live with for the rest of your life. Johnson says, all kinds of weird stuff happens in these hills. What sort of weird do you mean? Weird animal sightings. Said, I saw a raccoon with a big old tumor last week. Spooked me something awful. That's nature for you, not always pretty. Let's say that wasn't a tumor, it was an egg. There are these things in the woods, laying eggs in the animals. Tate says, I knew it. I knew there was something weird about that raccoon. And Johnson says, I believe it. There are things out in them woods nobody's ever seen before. It's still wild country, even if we've carved it into pieces. I know I, for one, ain't going near them trees until some scientist folks come out and sort out whatever's going on out there. Says, maybe I should cash in some sick days and go see my cousin in Asheville, just to be on the safe side. Yeah, these are the only guys so far who take our questions all that seriously or have anything non-dismissive to say. Any noises from the woods? Johnson says, all the time. Howling, screaming, all sorts of fiendish caterwauling. Tate says, probably just screech owls and bobcats, you old coot. Might be, might not be. But I heard something the other night that sent the fear of God shivering down my spine, I tell ya. I'll say it was probably a ditchling, a portent of doom. Tate says, a what now? Johnson says, ditchlings. My grandma used to tell me stories about them, claims she saw one once, and that's why she always had such bad luck. Kanika says, I guess it's just not just my mom. Let's ask about knocking in the mines. Johnson says, you asking us if we heard the Tommyknockers? Course we have. We're old-timers. All us who was here before the machine got brought in know the Tommyknockers. Tate says, what a nuisance, always stealing my hammers. Johnson says, it's true, had a pickaxe stolen too, and when you heard knocking coming from one of the old tunnels, it was enough to make a man pray. Stella says, looks like I figured out what to do for my next video. Kanika says, you better not be thinking of going into those old mine shafts alone. Stella says, I could always use a partner in crime. Kanika says, I'm gonna wind up going down there with you, aren't I? Okay, now we can ask about people getting sick. Tate says, some of the older miners, sure, but I wouldn't call that unusual. Now let's ask what they think of Tabitha. What do you think of the owner? Tate says, not the kindliest woman I ever met. She runs the place all right. Tate says, tell that to all the boys she's been laying off lately. Oh. And Johnson says, keep going around saying that and see how long till you're one of them boys. And Tate says, all I have to say is, a mine that's doing well doesn't go around laying off its workers for no reason. I'm not so sure any of us are going to have jobs in a few years. Johnson says, Tate, you're a damn fool. You're going to be next if you keep up that kind of talk. Tate says, so be it, but a man needs to speak his mind sometimes. Now we can ask about Wayne. He says, oh ho ho, he got himself into trouble, didn't he? Why, you seen him around? What's that young buck up to? Let's ask, Should we say, what do you think he's been up to? We can ask about the ex. Yeah. Heard from some of the other folks in camp that he had a nasty spat with an ex and disappeared not long after. Tate says, ha, you mean the boss? Far as I know, that never ended. Oh. Stella audibly gasps. Johnson says, yeah, I figured he just ran off to live in that big old mansion with his belle. Tate says, the thought of a strapping young man like him, with that sour-faced broad, always left such a bad taste in my mouth. Kanika says, oh my god, gross. Johnson says, as if you wouldn't fall on your knees if a woman of means showed the slight bit of interest in you, or any woman at all. Tate says, fair enough. But I suppose this begs the question, did she run him off, or did some jealous son of a bitch oust him? Oh, wait, you can say, are you talking about Tabitha, or are you talking about Pearl Ann? Yeah, is it... Well, he did say the boss, but... Your aunt, Pearl Ann, was the boss until recently, when she died. Pearl Ann is your deceased aunt, which is the reason you arrived at this town. And she did own this place. Yeah, let's say, wait, are you talking about Tabitha? Oh, yep. Now, our character's mom actually died at some point further in the past, I think years ago. And we actually didn't know about our aunt or our cousin until we apparently got the message about the funeral and came to this town. Kanika said, "Are you good, Stella?" And Stella said, "Yeah, I just had no idea." There have been some hints in episode 1 especially that maybe Tabitha and Stella kind of may have dated at one time. We don't really know much about that yet. Johnson says, "If that Wayne keeps bothering you, let us know and we'll whip him into shape." Stella says, "I'm desperate. I think we've got a problem." Uh-oh. Well, there she is. Says, "What the hell are you doing here?" Kanika says, "Oh crap, good luck." "Sorry, Desbert." Date says, "And that's our cue. Pardon us." Tabitha says, "You shouldn't be here. This place is dangerous. Why can't you just stay in the estate and stop sticking your nose where it doesn't belong? And what is that ridiculous thing doing in your ears? Are you trying to record my employees? Are you trying to record me?" Ooh, Tabitha snatches the earbuds out of your ears and throws them to the ground. "Yeah, Tabitha, we just want to know about your Tommy knockers. Your Tommy knockers, Tabitha." Typical phone-addicted city dweller. Ugh. Ugh. And I have a meeting in 5 minutes. I can't even drive you back. Okay, look, I don't want you wandering anywhere else. Just stay here for an hour. I can take you back to the estate as soon as my meeting wraps up. Can you please do that for me? Oh boy. We sure can ask some some intrusive questions here. We can say, "You were dating Sam Wayne, what happened to him? You're one to talk, you've got enough explaining to do." Oh, our traits for our character are that we are sexy and we talk to animals. Let's see, we can say, "I need you to take what's going on right now seriously. I need you to take me seriously. I just wanted to spend time with my favorite cousin." We can rat out Stella and Kanika, or we can promise to stay put. Now, let's say we just wanted to spend time with our favorite cousin. "So you decided to snoop around and bother my workers. I don't buy it. Don't move a muscle. Don't make any more small talk. These people are supposed to be working. I'll see you in an hour after my meeting's done." Tabitha rushes off to her meeting. You stoop to the ground and pick up Kanika's earbuds. Stella says, "Sorry, I wasn't able to give you a better warning. You good?" Let's just say, "Yeah, I'm good." You're interrupted by a sudden movement out the corner of your eye. A girl carrying a bundle of snacks pops through a hole in the fence and disappears over the crest of a hill. Now, that would probably be Rosalina. Hey, I think I just saw Rosalina. Wait, really? What is she doing here? We can say, clearly, she's doing a delinquency. She's probably fine, kids will be kids. I'm going after her, we should call Oscar, or what should we do? Yeah, let's follow. Uh-oh. You rush over the hill and get your bearings, the sound of active mining fading into the distance. Rosalina is nowhere to be found, but dusty footprints point toward a nearby mine. Kanika says she didn't. Stella says, I guess the old Maxwell place doesn't cut it as the secret hangout spot these days. But the Shaw mine? That place was shut down like 100 years ago. After a collapse that killed over 100 people. And here I thought Stella was going to be the one to drag me into an abandoned coal mine. Yeah, let's go after her. They all agree that we'd better go into the mine, into the hole. It's hole time. Stella and Kanika disappear into the mines. Before you follow, you briefly wonder if you should let Tabitha know about this. Do we call Tabitha or just follow into the mine? And yeah, there's a little guy. There's a little buddy up here. Let's poke his little face. Of course, if we tell Tabitha, she's going to be very, very angry at all of us. But yeah, on the other hand, maybe it would look more responsible to let her know that some teenagers broke into her abandoned mine. I mean, she couldn't really blame us for following. I mean, that would be the right thing to do, would be to make sure those kids are safe. Yeah, let's tell her later. You take a deep breath and follow your new friends into the mine. Out of the loop is our achievement. Go after Rosalina without letting Tabitha know. The inside of the mine is warmer than you expected. The air is thick and wet. The ceiling hangs much lower than you are tall, forcing you and your companions to hunch over, your legs bent in a painful squat as you begin to navigate its maze of corridors. Stella seems happy. She likes being in the wet hole. Kanika says, Jesus, it's cramped down here. Does anyone else's chest feel tight? Gretchen says, I certainly can't say I'm one for dark and stuffy places. This seems much more suited to a cat, if I do say so myself. Stella says, yeah, abandoned mines are way more claustrophobic than people expect them to be, and this one's real bad. You know, because of the child miners. Or should I say the minor miners? Kanika visibly shudders. Kanika says, okay, I'm not superstitious, But if there's one way to make sure you get haunted, it's cracking jokes about dead child laborers while walking on their graves. What can I say? I do my best to tempt the spirits wherever I go. I actually snuck down here a few times to try and get some good footage, part of my ghost hunting phase. Kanika says, Jesus, Stella, the things you do for your viewers. Did you find anything? I wish. If any place in Scarlet Hollow was actually haunted, it'd be this mine, hands down. But all I got was dust in my lungs and a couple of false alarms. Oh yeah, I'll probably go one more hour at this game. See, the deeper you progress into the mine, the heavier the air becomes. Coal dust hangs in thick clouds around you, even though this place was abandoned over a century ago. Stella pauses as sound rushes overhead. Kanika says, "Oh my god, what was that? The mine's going to collapse and we're all going to die here, aren't we?" Stella sighs longingly. That's just how wind sounds down here. Kanika says, "You sound so disappointed." Stella says, "It just brings back memories of my last foray into these depths. Every time I thought I'd finally found a spooky ghost, there wound up being a very unghostly explanation. Like local wildlife, for instance." "Aw, the bats." Stella turns her flashlight up towards an alcove overhead. And Bat says, "Say, what's the big idea?" Another bat says, "Yeah, we was sleeping here. Shut that light off, you nosy bastards." Gretchen says, "I am so sorry for my companions. Stella means well, I assure you." Stella says, "Those guys got me real good last time I was here alone." And Gretchen says, "I'm sure you're quite worried about me after my behavior last night, Desbert. But let that interaction be assurance that my temper is most wholly under control. I wouldn't dare venture away from the safety of my Stella's arms in a horrible place like this." Kanika says, "Oh my god, there are bats down here? I'm going to get rabies, aren't I? I'm going to get rabies and die in a mine collapse." Sorry, I'm just a little on edge. Kanika is stopped mid-sentence by a thunderous knock echoing from deeper in the mine. Okay, what was that? Gretchen says, "That was death, of that I am certain." Stella says, "That was... I have no idea what that was. Did that sound like knocking to you guys?" Yeah, let's say it's a Tommy knocker. Kanika says, "No, Tommy knockers are not real. They're not allowed to be real. Are you trying to give me a panic attack?" The three of you are interrupted by a second, much less distant sound of a can being popped open. Okay, now that wasn't Tommy knockers. You don't know that, Kanika. A Tommy knocker could enjoy a Pepsi now and then. There's them teens. You breathe a sigh of relief as the tight passageway gives way to a small cavern. A group of teens turns and stares at you with annoyance. Kanika says, "What the hell are you all doing in here?" Hoodie Girl says, "What the hell are you doing in here, you creeps? Are you stalking us?" Plaid Girl says, "Yeah, creeps." Hoodie Girl says, "I just said that, Alexis. If I wanted an echo, I'd yell into the Grand Canyon." We can call them... We can call them 5. Accuse them of being childish. You can say, what are you guys even doing down here? This is the most miserable place I've been in my entire life. We're here to make sure you don't hurt yourselves. Your dad's looking for you. Or let them have their fun. Let's tell her dad's looking for her. She says, and who the hell are you exactly? Stella says, that's Desbert, Tabby's cousin. Hoodie girl, I can't believe your dad sent people to follow you, Rosalina. That's messed up. I think that qualifies as harassment. She says, you're right, Becca. It is messed up. I don't need him telling me where I can be. Kanika says you could at least check in so he knows you're not dead. He loves you and worries about you. He's really not asking for much. Don't you kids have school tomorrow anyways? Everyone says it's fall break. And we're not kids. Yeah, we're teens. Gretchen says, young pups these days, absolutely no respect for their elders. Kanika says, are those canned strawberry margaritas? Where did you even get those? The teens avoid eye contact. Miles tries to melt into the cavern wall. Kanika says, oh no, I know that isn't you, Miles. It had better not be you. Yeah, whatever, it's me. What are you even doing here? Becca's right. Sounds to me like you're stalking and harassing and all that. Kanika says, you're supposed to be minding the store. It's not like anyone even comes in on Tuesdays, and Mom's there, so it'll be fine. Eyes dart uncomfortably around the cavern as Kanika tears into her brother. It's not fine. It's extremely not fine. Why do I always have to be the responsible one? Do you know what I would give to be as carefree as you? I left school so you would have a chance to live your life, and this is what you're doing with it. What would Dad think if he could see this? Stealing booze from the family store to dick around in an abandoned mine? Miles says, Dad's dead, Kanika, but if he were here, he'd be disappointed you wound up being such a bossy jerk. Who cares if we're having canned margaritas somewhere nobody's supposed to bother us? So we can say, Miles, don't try and twist this around on your sister. I'd love to help y'all sort this out, but can we maybe do it not in an abandoned coal mine? Can you at least do your underage drinking somewhere a little safer? We should let the kids have their fun. If they want to make bad decisions, that's on them. If this is what y'all do for fun around here, maybe the ditchlings were kind of inevitable. Yeah, let's say get out of the mine. Becca says, and what are you, an expert on mine safety? They only abandoned this place because there wasn't enough coal left to bother digging anymore. My dad told me, and he's an actual foreman at the continuous mining facility, so he knows what he's talking about. Alexis says, wait, I thought your dad was a charge hand. No, Alexis, he got promoted last month, and he says this place is totally safe, and we can hang out here anytime we want. And Becca's dad's right, though. Check out how sturdy this place is. Oh boy. The teen with the beanie jumps up and slaps a strut on the ceiling. Stella says, oh, was that the knocking we heard earlier? One of these days I'll find a real Tommy knocker. Becca says, oh my god, Zane, cut it out. Jumping up to hit stuff is extremely 8th grade. Really, is that Is that like a thing? Jumping up to hit stuff? Becca says, no offense, Rosalina. None taken, the other 8th graders are totally immature. Alexis says, not like you, Rosalina. You're chill and smart, too. Kanika says, quiet, all of you. I don't care where your dad works, Becca. This place isn't safe. Just because these old timber struts have stood this long doesn't mean they'll stand forever. Becca says, I'm not listening to what some sad 20-somethings have to say about where we're allowed to be. Hey, I'm not sad. Where do you get that idea? And Critchin says, my Stella can't possibly be sad with me around. How absolutely rude. These pups need to learn some manners. And Becca says, running a clickbaity YouTube channel where you run around in the woods chasing nothing is extremely sad. Ooh, went straight for Stella's throat there. Anyways, Rosalina isn't going anywhere. She's better off here than at home. Alexa says, yeah, tell him about where you have to sleep, Rosalina. We've been living in the library for the past couple weeks. Dad says we can't stay at our house. Zane says they've got a hot plate and a couple of cots in one of the back rooms. It's actually a pretty sick setup. No, it isn't, Zane. Rosalina deserves better. We can say, oh no, this is about your house being haunted, isn't it? Kanika says, no. Rosalina says, oh my god, did my dad tell you that? Should we lie and say, yes, it was the dad, or should we say that the cat told us? Yeah, let's actually, Pixel told me. My cat? Stella says, it's a long story. Becca says, it's such a bullshit excuse. I bet he couldn't afford it anymore and is lying to save face. What a coward. Zane says, Becca, I don't think you can, say that about other people's families. Isn't that, bullying or something? Shut up, Zane. Stella says, Oscar actually invited us to check it out when we saw him earlier today. It could make for a fun, non-abandoned coal mine-related activity. Just throwing that out there. Rosalina says, there's no ghost, Stella. It would be cool if there was, but Becca's right. I just wish he would be honest with me and tell me what's really going on. It's like he doesn't think I can handle it, like I'm still a little kid. We can say this is between them and we're not going to weigh in on it. I'm sure Oscar is doing this to protect you. You're right, he should treat you more like an adult. How do you know there isn't a ghost? And at this rate, I'd be surprised if your house wasn't haunted. Oh yeah, let's try to get them out of the mine already. Two of you should talk about it anywhere that isn't here. Kanika says, I couldn't agree more. Zane says, yeah, if Rosalina's house is haunted, we should break in and, ghost bust it or something. Sounds pretty rad to me. Kanika says, whatever gets you delinquents out of this mine. Becca says, oh my god, Zane, you can't ghost bust if there's no ghost. Also, Rosalina lives there. She can't, break into her own house. There's no ghost that you know of. I bet we could figure out how to bust it if it's actually real, and if it isn't real, well, problem solved. Alexis says, you know, Rosalina, you could always stay over at my house until Stella ghost busts your place. We have a finished basement with a pull-out couch. Why are we talking about this like it's a thing? It's not a thing. There's no ghost. Whether there's a ghost in Oscar's house is a question for a time when we're not in immediate danger. And to ruin everyone's fun, the answer is probably no, there is not a ghost. Kanika says, now I'm going to drag my shit-headed brother back home and suggest you kids leave this empty mine before someone gets black lung, or gets crushed by rocks, or meets any one of the terrible fates people tend to meet in abandoned mines. Kanika is interrupted by a pair of thunderous knocks. Zane says, that wasn't me, I swear. Then what was it? Come on, Stella. Didn't you have a whole list of perfectly natural explanations for scary mine noises? Stella says, it's Tommyknockers for sure. I know this isn't why we came down here, but we've got to check it out. Weird stuff's been happening around here the last few days. What if this is our chance to get an actual solid lead? The stakes couldn't be higher. Kanika says, do you have no sense of self-preservation? If you guys are going after something spooky, count me in. Kanika says, nobody is going deeper into the mine. Nobody is staying in the mine. We're all leaving. Please, before my heart gives out. Stella says, it'll be fun, Neeks. It will not. Kanika says, wait a second, where'd 3 of you run off to? Are you kidding me? Miles says, wow, Kanika, maybe if you weren't still scared of the dark or whatever, you would have noticed them sneak off. I noticed them sneak off, and I've been zoning out the whole time we've been here. Stella says, oh hey, they must have squeezed through that child-sized tunnel. Kanika says, oh no. Dang, I've always wondered where that goes. I've never been able to get these hips through there. And Gretchen says, it's probably for the best, dear. Becca's head pops out from the tunnel's entrance. We are not about to let you come in here and ruin our good time. The mine is safe. I've been here 1,000,000 times. Yeah, if Becca says it's safe, then we're totally safe. Becca says, whatever. Come on, you two. I know a cool spot this way. Stella says, okay, I think we can catch up with them if we just follow their voices. Do you want to take these 2 out of here while Desbert and I track them down, Neeks? Kanika says, look, I know I've made a bit of a fuss about not liking this place, but I'm not about to leave you 2 alone down here. What if something bad happens and I'm not here to help? Or what if you run into something totally normal down here that you think is a ghost, and I miss out on my chance to figure out what it actually is? Alright, knuckleheads, if I don't escort you 2 out of here myself, can I trust you to actually leave and go home? Yeah, sure, I could never fit in that tunnel anyways. They have crossed a barrier that I cannot, so my time here is up. But only because Stella promised me a ghost hunt tomorrow. Whatever, I still have to do my dailies anyway, and the service down here sucks. Good, now go. Miles and Zane quietly head back towards the entrance. Kanika says, alright, let's get this over with. We can suggest just leaving. We can say, what's the point of going after them? Yeah, let's just say, alright, let's do this. Stella says we can get coffee at Winnie's once we're all out of here. My treat. You and Kanika exchange glance as Stella ventures forward. As the 3 of you move deeper into the mine, you hear echoes of conversation bounce across the walls. Becca, why are we doing this again? We could get in so much trouble. We're doing this because I'm not about to take life advice from a YouTuber and a dropout. Oh. Kanika says, I didn't drop out. I'm going back to vet school as soon as my family doesn't need me here. Rosalina says, I don't know. I think Stella's kind of cool. Her videos are really neat. And Becca says, oh, come on. She doesn't even have a sponsor. What kind of YouTuber doesn't have a sponsor? Stella says, I mean, not yet, but I'm in talks with Meat Rice, and I make plenty from ads and donations. What's Meat Rice? Let's say, we can say, dang, Stella, Meat Rice, that's a big deal. They're like on every big podcast. She says, thank you, thank you. It feels like a really big step up for the channel. And Gretchen says, I am so proud of you, Stella. Does Gretchen even understand what any of that is? Gretchen's a dog. Gretchen doesn't know what a YouTube is. Let's say, I wish they were gossiping about me. And Kanika says, no, you don't. Yeah, I'm not so sure about that. I know they're just teens, but some of that stuff stung. Another knock closer interrupts your thoughts, followed by another, followed by another. Is it just me, or is that knocking coming from the same direction as those kids? Kanika says, yeah, it's not just you. Rosalina says, okay, that knocking is starting to freak me out. Becca says, calm down, Rosalina, it's just mind sounds. Did you guys see that? No, it was just a shadow. There's no reason to get freaked out. Rosalina says, I saw it. Shut up, there's nothing down here. Stop trying to scare me. What do we want to say? These are all lots of explore options. Yeah, let's just say Tommyknockers. Stella agrees. Kanika does not. But there's a reason people think they make those sounds. And it's not a coincidence that the whole Tommyknocker myth is tied to mind claps. Are we sure the tunnel they went through is going to meet back up with us? Stella says, I mean, we're still able to hear their voices. At the very least, we're all still heading in the same direction. Let's keep going. You press on. As you progress deeper into the mine, the knocking grows more frequent. It's still distant, but it's much louder than before. The tunnel ends abruptly in front of you. A century-old ladder is the only way forward. In the darkness beyond, you can still hear the echoes of terrified teens, their panicked arguing bouncing around the pitch-black corridors. And Gretchen says, Lord, tell me we aren't going down into that deep, dark hole. It don't smell right. Stella says, well, it looks like the only way forward is that pit, and it sounds like there's somewhere down there. I've never been this far in. Kanika says, it looks like a death trap. Are you sure we should go down there? Stella says, you can wait up here, Neeks. I don't think I can climb down and hold Gretchen. Kanika says, all right, I'm not going to argue with you. That ladder looks older than all of us combined. Good luck. Stella says, all right, let's do this. Stella hoists herself over the edge and begins to climb down. And Gretchen says, I've got my paws crossed for you two. Follow Stella down into the pit. Becca says, I'm pretty sure this is the way back. Come on. Pretty sure? I thought you'd been down here before. Okay, maybe I didn't get this far in. But whatever, it doesn't matter. I definitely remember the way out. Hurry. I don't want to be down here anymore. You hear Rosalina saying, I think it was actually this way. Becca saying, oh, shut up. No one even wanted you to come with us anyway. Kanika says, it sounds like they're really lost. The voices around you, those of the teens and your companions, sound odd, distant. Step forward. There is something in the darkness before you that's much louder, though you don't hear it. Walk towards it, our only option. You don't hear it, but you can feel it in your chest, a desperate need to perceive and be perceived. Wrap yourself in the darkness of the pit. Stella says, hey, are you alright, Desbert? Our only option is bear witness. I guess we're bearing witness. Stella reaches for your... Ooh. Oh. Oh. We're getting flashbacks to the mine collapse. Stella says, Desbert, are you alright? And there are these shadowy figures in the background. Kind of amorphous, blobby shadows, little like kind of glowing nuclei almost. Stella says, oh, thank God you're alive. It looked like you had a seizure or something, and then you just conked out. The blobby shadows kind of retreated a little there. Stella says, okay, don't move a muscle. I don't want you straining yourself while you're still recovering from whatever that was. Kanika and I are going to go get you help. We'll be back soon, I promise. Don't die on me, alright? You fade back out of consciousness as your companion clambers out of the pit, intent on your rescue. You raise up on your elbows, head still swimming from the visions, your surroundings coming back into focus. Your head throbs as the knocking continues, now magnitudes more intense than ever. And there's more of the blobby shadow people. The Tommyknockers, obviously. Through it, you once again hear the panicked voices of bickering teenagers echoing down the stone corridors. You hear Rosalina saying, Becca, you're just getting us more lost. It's this way. If you're so sure, then why don't you just leave? I can't believe I let Alexis talk me into inviting you in the first place. She says, Becca, I'm just trying to help. Becca says, I said go. Rosalina says, okay, I will. Alexis, you don't have to go with her. You know that, right? Alexis says, pick a side, Alexis. I'm sure Becca knows where we're going. She wouldn't just lie. Sorry, Rosalina. The increasingly desperate voices of the teens are drowned out by the thunderous knocking. You can practically feel the ground shake beneath you. Can almost see the walls vibrate with the intensity of the hellish sound. As you settle more into your senses, Rosalina appears in the passageway to your left. She's out of breath and it looks like she's been crying. She says, I'm so sorry I snuck off like that. I just wanted Alexis to think I was cool. The entire cavern shakes with the sound of rockfall. This place, at least part of it, is coming apart. She says, Becca and Alexis are still down there. We can't just leave them here. I know which way they were going. They'll listen to you this time, I promise. Please, I don't want them to die. Another dusting of debris falls from the ceiling. You don't have long until this mine collapses on you. Do we take Rosalina and leave, or go after Becca and Alexis? This is a pivotal choice in the storyline. Oh, trust me, both are indeed bad. Something bad is in fact going to happen whichever one we pick, but it will be a different bad thing. What are we thinking? I mean, we need a few more votes, I think, on this. Looks like we are leaning more towards going after the other two. Okay, let's do this. Rosalina says, thank you, they're back this way, hurry. We got the achievement, no man left behind. Rosalina runs back the way she came. Follow her. You run after her. The mines shake with each new thunderous blow as bits of rock and dust fall off the ceiling and scatter on the floor around you. There's a couple of more Tommyknockers. It doesn't seem like anyone else can really see them. You hear Alexis saying, I thought you knew the way out. I thought you'd been down here 1,000,000 times already. Becca says, I was making it up, okay? Rosalina says, we're coming, just stay where you are. We can ask her if she can see the Tommyknockers, or we can just keep going. Yeah, let's keep going. You push forward, focused on following Rosalina as she darts ahead. Alexis says, Rosalina, you came back. Becca says, I don't want to die down here. We have some very douchey options, but we can just tell them to move, or we can grab them and start running. Let's grab them. You reach forward and forcibly grab Becca and Alexis, silently pulling them behind you. You quickly push your way back towards the entrance, pieces of fallen rock littering the path around you. As you reach the pit, you and Rosalina direct Becca and Alexis to the ladder. They start climbing. Climb out of the pit. You follow suit and start climbing close behind. Rosalina says, why couldn't you have just listened to someone other than yourself, Becca? She says, I'm sorry, okay? God. Continue towards the entrance. You push forward, your burning muscles giving way to pure adrenaline. To your horror, you can see cracks forming on the walls of the tunnel. Alexa says, come on, you gotta go faster. We're almost there. I can see the entrance. Your surroundings quake as the mine collapses around you. And then the knocking fades and you feel safe, having arrived back at the entrance in one piece. Becca says, what the fuck? What the fuck? Rosalina, are you okay? Becca says, clearly she's not okay, idiot. Alexis says, shut up, Becca. It was your idea to go down here in the first place. This is your fault. Rosalina coughs. This really hurts. I bet it does. Stella and Kanika pop their heads through the mine entrance. First playthrough I watched of this game unfortunately left the other two trapped back in the mines, and it was not yet known if they had survived. So we did better than it could have been. It could have been a lot worse. Kanika says, Rosalina, can you hear me? We're gonna get you out of there, okay? Stella already called an ambulance. And Becca says, that means cops are gonna come. They're gonna know I was drinking. They're gonna know we went in there to drink, right? Becca says, if my dad finds out, he'll kill me. He can't know. In a panic, Becca runs for the entrance and pushes her way through. Alexis says, don't worry about her, Rosalina. She's being an asshole. One of us should wait by the gate to make sure they can find us up here. Stella says, I'm going to go get Tabby. Kanika says, alright, I'll go down to the gate. Rosalina, I'm so sorry. I'll be back soon. We're gonna get you out of here, and you're gonna be just fine, okay? Desbert and Alexis will keep you safe until then. Aw, Gretchen says, don't worry, pup. I know you're sick, but I'm here to keep you warm. Rosalina says, am I gonna die? We can say, of course you're not going to die, the ambulance will be here any minute. You're going to be okay, just keep breathing. Probably, sorry. We're all going to die eventually, or I don't know, maybe. Yeah, we'll just say, you're going to be okay. Rosalina's breath comes in quick, irregular bursts. If I don't make it, tell my dad I'm sorry. Alexa says, I'm the one who has something to be sorry about. This is all me and Becca's fault. We never should have gone down here. She says, it's not your fault. I went down here because I wanted to. Rosalina pauses, catching her breath. Thank you, Desbert. I'm glad everyone else made it out okay. Couldn't have done it without your help. We can say various things, including, and that's why you shouldn't drink underage. Most people want to just say the nice thing about her being mature. Telling her she's brave. Alexis says, it's true, Rosalina. You're really brave. Braver than I am, and smarter. If I hadn't stuck with Becca, maybe, I don't know, maybe it would have been different. It's just not fair that this happened to you. You're the nicest person I know. Rosalina? He says, still awake, just hurts like hell. Sorry, I shouldn't be pushing you to talk. I'll just hold your hand until they come back with help, okay? And Gretchen says, don't go to sleep just yet, pup. Alexis grasps Rosalina's hand. Tears streak down both of their cheeks as you sit in silence together, waiting for the long, anxious moments to pass before help arrives. Tabitha says, some of my men are on the way with rock lifts. We'll get you out of there soon. Desbert, I'll be having a word with you. They're over here, Earl. Sheriff Earl says, Jesus H. Christ, you weren't kidding about the emergency. It'll still be a bit for the ambulance. The nearest depot is over in Brevard, so it'll be at least another half hour. I used to live in a Brevard County, actually. I can't remember if that was when I lived in Florida or where. Now there's Rosalina's dad. He says, Rosa, sweetie, I'm here. Dad, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I still live in oh no, I did briefly live in West Virginia for like only a couple months of my life. And now I live in Oregon, in mountains again, anyway. Alexis says, you can hang on, Rosalina. I know you can. Tabitha's men quickly get to work and manage to pull Rosalina out from the rubble just as the ambulance arrives. The paramedic says, Sir, I'm afraid there's no space in the back. What do you mean, I can't ride with her? You're better off driving behind us. We're headed to Brevard, so it's quite a ways. Is she going to be okay? She's going to make it, right? Please, God. Yes, sir, I promise you, we're doing everything we can to keep her stable. Her vitals are looking good. Rosalina, my poor baby, I'll be there as fast as I can, okay? I promise you won't be alone. Rosalina says, I love you, Dad. The paramedics load Rosalina into the back of the ambulance and drive off. Oscar approaches you off to the side as the police talk to Tabitha and her men. Yeah, this is all illustrated by Abby Howard. She's done a lot of different comics and fiction projects. If you look up the webcomic The Last Halloween, that's hers. And of course, she's also the writer, the character designer. This is this whole game. Literally thousands of drawings, all by Abby Howard. And Oscar says, what the hell happened in there? And we can say, Oscar, I'm so sorry. We can say, at least nobody died. We can say it was Tommy knockers. It was just a horrible accident. Teens being teens. We can say, what happened in there? A goddamn after-school special is what happened. Or we can say that Becca girl is a terrible influence is what happened. Let's just say I'm so sorry. Said, it's okay. At least nobody died. What happened, though? We can throw Becca under the bus. We can, blame a child, even if it's true. It's her fault, but yeah, we'll drag the kid. You can say that Becca girl is a terrible influence is what happened. Stella says, you can't go blaming a teenager. It was the Tommyknockers that brought the mine down. Thanks, Stella. And Oscar says, the what? Kanika says, we don't know what caused the collapse, but Miles is just as much at fault as Becca. Oscar says, no, this was no teenager's fault. It's a parent's job to make sure their kids don't deliberately put themselves in these situations. Rosalina was mad at me, and instead of fixing the thing that was driving her away, I just ignored it. This is my fault. Says, I'm the parent here. I'm sure she thinks I'm making things up about our house being haunted, but I've seen things that I can't explain, and it's only gotten worse over time. Stella says, my offer still stands to check it out for you. Once you're back from the hospital, that is. Oscar says, thanks, Stella. That means a lot. I've got to go. Alexis says, Mr. Gutierrez, is it okay if I come too? I want to be there for her. He says, of course, Alexis. It'll be good for her to see a friendly face. The two of them head over to Oscar's car and drive off. So now we can say, do you think Rosalina is going to be okay? We can say, I can't believe you left me down there. We can just say the word ditchlings. We can talk about the vision we had, or we can talk about the Tommyknockers. You know, Stella is drawn a little curvier than episode 1. I think maybe after we flirted with her, she just kind of dressed a little different. Didn't really notice that until you pointed that out. Yeah, let's talk about our vision. Oh yeah, we saw that weird stone carving. You can say it gave me some sort of vision. I saw what happened to the place. Kanika says, are you sure it wasn't just auto-suggestion? We talked about that mine a lot today. Stella says, I don't know, Neeks. Desbert had like a seizure next to a creepy stone carving. It was like something out of a movie. Kanika says, just because they passed out or had a seizure doesn't mean it wasn't auto-suggestion. Let's bring up the entities in the mines. Shadows of dead miners. I guess that's what they were. I guess those gold parts of their heads might have been kind of like like the headlamps. Saw something down there, like the shadows of dead miners. They were right behind Stella, right before you two left, and they followed Rosalina and I when we went after Becca and Alexis. Did you not see them? Stella says, "Whoa, I didn't see anything other than the two of you and that carving. That's super weird." Yeah, this is episode 2. It's being released as, like a series of episodes. Each one, like, easily would pass for an entire completed game, honestly. Kanika says, "I don't want to doubt what you experienced, and I couldn't see anything down in that pit. But you might have just been primed to see things." Stella says, now that I think about it, that totally fits the profile for some of the Tommyknocker stories. What if they're actual bona fide ghosts? Kanika says, "Oh, Stella." Yeah, let's mention the carving again. Everything that happened down there centered around that main chamber where I saw that carving. Kanika says, "Stella showed me a photo. Weird stuff. Maybe you weren't entirely off base about the cult stuff you mentioned earlier today, but this thing felt old. Are you sure those are Tommyknockers?" Depends on what you mean by sure. Is anyone really sure of anything? They fit the description pretty well, and I don't know what else they'd be. Kanika says, "I have no idea what happened in there. I just need to do some reading on mind collapses, I guess." Let's say, do you think Rosalina is going to be okay? The paramedics said she was stable. She's a tough kid. She'll be okay. Let's skip the rude, "can't believe you left me down there" thing. Let's just say ditchlings. Say, "That was our ditchling problem, right? Case closed. Good work, team." Or we can say, "That was too easy to be our ditchling problem." Yeah, let's... I think you're right. We've still got a lot of unanswered questions, too. Even more than we had this morning, and we had a lot of questions this morning. This is all still a little too magic for me. Just because 2 bad things have happened doesn't mean there's a pattern. Right? Say, what happens now? There's Tabitha! The Tabby jump scare. Again. What happens now is we have a word, all of us. What the hell are you 3 doing here? I thought I gave you very specific instructions, Desbert. Stay in one place while I finish my meeting. I was only gone for like an hour, and here you are at the site of what was almost a deadly mind collapse. Stella says, "Tabby, come on, it's not Desbert's fault." Stella is right. If this is anyone's fault, it's yours. You have an abandoned mine on your property that was barely even boarded up. It was only a matter of time until something like this happened. Gretchen says, "Are we fighting?" If anything happens to Rosalina, it's on you, Tabitha Scarlet. She says, "How dare you? It's not like I put up a big neon sign saying cool place for teens to hang. It's clearly not safe." You 3 were up here with them. Why didn't you do something to get them out of there sooner? What should we say? We did our best. We're the reason you have one kid in an ambulance instead of 5 buried alive. We can say Tabitha's just another coal baron. There's no point arguing with her. Yeah, let's say cool it, Tabitha. She says, fine, you're right. At least nobody died. Probably. Kanika says, what a heartfelt apology. Come on, guys, what's the point of arguing like this? I know it can feel cathartic to point fingers and yell, but what's it going to accomplish other than bruised egos? Well, she actually says, what's that point of arguing like this? I guess kind of a mistype, I think. Oh, there's the cops. Younger cop. Now hold on a minute, Miss Scarlet. Oh, Sheriff Earl, mind if we have a quick word with your cousin, miss? In private? Tabitha says, okay, fine, just make it quick. And don't you dare try and pull anything on them. They did nothing wrong here. Oh, Tabitha stuck up for us here. Younger cop says, ladies, I'm afraid that means you too. Stella says, don't you need to talk to us? We witnessed this too. Oh, sure, but that can wait. We know where to find y'all. What a coincidence, running into you 2 nights in a row. This is my colleague, Deputy Derrickson. Says, pleased to meet you, Desbert. Apologies for my absence yesterday. It was my special bowling night, you see. A man has to have his me time. But I was briefed on the events of last night, even though we're still not sure if what went on could be considered a crime. Duke has been missing since then, though we found neither hide nor hair of him. Could be he's just on an extended hunting trip. It wouldn't be the first time he's done something like that. I was told the footage showed his supposed body, but we couldn't get that camera working, so no way to confirm until we track him down. Sheriff says, now I understand both of these were terribly unfortunate accidents that had nothing to do with you being in the area, but as officers of the law, you have to understand that we get a little suspicious when we see the same face multiple times in a row. And, we have to ask, what exactly were these teenagers doing in a shuttered mine owned by your family, and why were you down there with them? We can say, I'll get to your questions, but also need to talk about the man that's been stalking me. This town is haunted. You're out of your depths here. Why are you asking me this? It was a mine collapse. We saw some teens sneak in, so we went after them. If it wasn't for me, they'd all be dead. I don't have to talk to you. I know my rights, or we just say nothing at all. What do we want to say? what happens when we just say nothing at all. You remain silent as the cops exchange an awkward glance. Deputy Derrickson says they're probably still in shock. Sheriff Earl says, can't say I blame them after an evening like this. Perhaps it'd be best to touch base in the morning, see where your head's at after you've gotten some rest. From here on out, Desbert, you should do your best to stay out of trouble. No more isolated trails in the woods or abandoned mines, you hear? It's asking for trouble. Wouldn't want to see you on any of our other calls this week. Have a good one, Desbert. Saying nothing worked out. Tips his hat to you. The two officers wander back to the mine, Derrickson taking notes as they examine the scene. You make your way towards Stella and Kanika. Stella says, I just can't believe 2 nights in a row. Is it my fault, Neeks? Stella, no, this is all just an awful coincidence. It's not your fault. Stella says, oh hey, guess the cops are done with you. What, are they going to take you in for being present at an accident? Sorry if they gave you a hard time. Small town cops, you know. Always blame everything on drifters. Even acts of God, I guess. Tabitha says, excellent. You didn't get arrested. As she rolls her eyes. Now come on, let's get back to the estate. I'd like to get some rest before I have to deal with the fallout of everything that happened tonight. Stella says she'll see us tomorrow. Tabitha will say, I'd really rather you didn't. If you're going to run around almost getting killed every night, keep my cousin out of it. Kanika says, your cousin is an adult, Tabitha. They can make their own decisions. Tabitha says, not while they're under my roof. Come on, let's go. As if to illustrate her point, Tabitha grabs your arm, dragging you towards the car. Just say, see you tomorrow, guys. You can practically feel Tabitha roll her eyes as she drags you to the car. Tabitha doesn't say a word as the car cuts along the darkened road. You try to keep an eye on the surrounding wilderness as she drives away, wary of what may lurk behind the tree line. We can say, sorry about today. How are you holding up? Terribly sorry, in case you wanted to know. Why do you treat Stella like that? Didn't you two used to be friends? You and Kanika really don't seem to get along. Poor Rosalina, poor Oscar. Or I don't appreciate being dragged off like that. Yeah, let's just say sorry. Sorry about today. Tabitha doesn't answer. We can say, did you hear me? I said I was sorry. Sorry for apologizing. Am I talking too much? Fine, maybe I'm not sorry, or drop it. Yeah, let's drop it. Let's say, how are you holding up? She says, I don't think you want me to answer that question. Yeah, let's say, poor Rosalina. Tabitha says, he should have kept tighter reins on that girl. I never got into any trouble like this when I was a teen, and I have Pearl Ann to thank for it. Hated it at the time, but that strictness paid off. Ugh, what am I telling you this for? We can say, whoa, are we bonding? You can tell me stuff. I'd like to know more about you. I don't really think the parents are to blame here, or you're right, there's a lot of adults who should have done a better job tonight. Yeah, let's do the you can tell me stuff. I'd like to know more about you, and about Pearl Ann for that matter. Tabitha says nothing, mouth suddenly sealed as she fixes her eyes on the road ahead. Let's agree with her. Even if we don't really, let's see what happens. You're right. There are a lot of adults who should have done a better job tonight. Says exactly. People who aren't ready to be parents shouldn't be parents, and clearly there are some parents who aren't ready. Take Oscar. There are tons of people more qualified to be parents who can't even conceive, and here he is, having a kid at 19 and clearly letting her do just whatever the hell she wants. And look where that got her. Even if she doesn't lose that leg, she's going to carry what happened tonight for the rest of her life. It's not fair. We can say, that's entirely out of line, what's wrong with you? We can say, Oscar's house is haunted, Tabitha. I don't think it's fair to pass judgment. Or we can just say, yeah, you're right, it isn't fair. Yeah, let's continue. Be kind of like diplomatic in this conversation. Tabitha goes quiet. It seems that's all you're going to get from her on this. Let's ask what's up with her and Kanika. You and Kanika don't seem to get along. Tabitha says, she pushes my buttons. And we can say, is there some kind of history? We can say, I like her, or we can drop it. Yeah, let's, is there some kind of history there? Tabitha says, no, now quit talking. I need to focus on the road. Yeah, we have two just like rude options, or we can be nosy again, or we can just we could just shut up. What should we do? Let's ask what's up with Stella. Why do you treat Stella like that? Didn't you two used to be friends? Tabitha says, I don't want to talk about Stella, and it's none of your business anyway. I think that probably we've pushed our luck long enough. Let's ride in silence. Your eyes wander back to the tree line as you and Tabitha slink back into silence. You once again cross the threshold into the estate, the musty stench of the decaying mansion greeting you with its undertones of mildew and wood rot. Tabitha says, well, this day was a lot more stressful than it needed to be, and I'm sure it's the precursor to a horrifically stressful week. I'm going to bed. I suggest you do the same. We can say, please just talk to me, cut me some slack. Why did you even invite me here? It seems like you hate me. Good night, Tabitha, or we can just let her leave. Yeah, let's ask why she invited us if she hates us so much. It's like I've caused you nothing but grief since the moment I stepped foot in town. She says, I don't hate you. I'm just trying to get through the week, the same as you should be doing. I just don't want you to get hurt. She says, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Tabitha turns and makes her way up the stairs, her posture defeated. Turn in. You head up to your room to turn in. You collapse in Tabitha's dusty guest bed, your head empty of thoughts. After your time in the Shaw mine, you barely even notice the dust. Your phone buzzes on the table. Kanika says, Y'all, these are those things, right? Kanika sends you a picture of a pair of ditchlings by the side of the road. Stella says, I saw them again, too. Another picture, this time of them staring from a tree. Kanika says, what the fuck? These things are definitely not hairless monkeys or raccoons or whatever. I don't know what the hell they are. Stella says, I guess there's more to them being here than the mine collapse. Kanika, no way I'm sleeping tonight. You think about looking out the guest room window, but at this point you're too exhausted to leave your bed. The adrenaline from this evening is finally wearing off, replaced by a creeping exhaustion that threatens to overwhelm you. Your limbs feel heavy, your eyelids slipping down over your eyes, even as you stare down at the ominous pictures on your phone. If it weren't for the pit of dread bawling in your stomach, you would almost feel comfortable as you settle in between the covers, your tired bones sinking into the decrepit mattress. When you close your eyes, you see Rosalina's face, twisted with pain, staring up at you with tear-streaked cheeks. Trapped by powers beyond her control, terrified of what her now uncertain future would hold. Your eyes shoot back open, your heart pounding as the door to your room swings open. It's the kitty cat. Just the cat. It's always just the cat. It's Fro-Fro. The cat with the French accent that I can't do anymore because my throat, it would kill my throat. Just don't read into this. As a woman kicked me out, just want a warm place to sleep. It's nice to see another living being, even one as unfriendly as Tabitha's cat. The comfort of her presence sets your mind at ease, and you finally slip into a deep sleep. Oh, that was some Tommy knocking. Oh, we got a couple of achievements. Let's finally save our game. I guess this is a good place to end. We made it to the end of the episode, after just almost 4.5 hours that I've now been streaming. I actually kind of, originally I intended to only go for 2, but it felt kind of like too big of a cliffhanger. at any point. But yeah, I will try to do episode 3 maybe this coming Sunday if I can. Maybe next Monday. So roughly either way about a week from now, maybe if I'm able. But yeah, thanks everybody who showed up. I probably have to rest my voice and eat food and various other things. Yeah, good night, everybody else as well.